Hello. It is time to surrender some souls, and also, woo. All things that were said in the chat so far are true. Hello. Also yeet, that is probably also true. Hello, I am here. It is time for Final Fantasy XIV. I did 2 entire main story patches last time, so I guess I'm like, well, might as well do it again. Even if it'll take like 6.5 hours or whatever. I don't know, we'll see how it goes. I seem to have energy. It sounds like I have energy. This music is guided by wind from Soul Calibur 2, by the way. It's appropriate for at least 2 reasons, possibly 3. Possibly 4. Anyway. Hello. What? That was all the wrong buttons. Also, I forgot the chat cover. Wait. There we are. I can't believe I just took multiple useless screenshots and made Sucro look at the screen. There she is. She's still a gunbreaker, incredibly. That's right, I haven't changed my job again. Alright, now it's time to see if everything works. Yes. The test dab confirms that all of the programs are running as intended. Also, as I now have a minion roulette set up, I think I'm shuffling minions before streams as well. Our current minion is Bunui, the dwarf rabbit. Bunny, Bunua, I don't know how you... However you choose to say the way that one would spell bunny on the internet. Which I'm going to say is Bunua now, because we're in Ishgard, where everyone is French. And I guess it's time to just go with the main story quest. Just kidding, I have to check my retainers first. The traditional, what did my funny squad of retainers give me today? And by today, I mean... And by today, I mean every hour or so. Quick ventures probably aren't the most efficient thing to have retainers do forever. I should probably properly gear up my retainers and try sending them on exploration ventures to see how that goes. However, also quick ventures are the funniest option because they bring you ridiculous stuff. Like a roof or $1 million or whatever. That's really close to what I was hoping to get from one of these retainers before Stormblood. There is a Royal Volunteers coat, vest of fending, I think is the one I'm curious about using in fashion potentially, but I would have to wait until after Stormblood normally. That said, they did give me a very high-powered fashion item that is normally after Shadowbringers, which is currently over here. By the way, spoilers for my various outfits, I guess. Shadowbringers is still a work in progress. Now that I'm committed to tanking, the Shadowbringers outfit might change. This is an outfit we're going to see very soon. This is an outfit we might see eventually. Anyway. I decided to be like, hey, look, I got a cool outfit without realizing that I was spoiling the future for what Sucro's fashion would be. As for Alphina's house, so far only the floor and the chandelier. I actually don't know if there are other parts that can be stolen. Now you've got me curious. The market board is around here somewhere. There it is. Now I have to look up how to spell Alphino's name. The last name. Leveilleur. Aha. Well, here's how much you can steal. You can steal the floor, the wall, the chandelier, and you can paint a picture of Alphino's house. Based off notes compiled from your sightseeing log, it says. So this is funny too, because the way ceiling lights work in this game, you can't even deploy more than one chandelier per like floor of your house, implying that Alphino's house is entirely empty except for the ceiling light that there is only one of. Probably not, but it's funny to think about it. It's amusing to consider this. Oh, and while I'm looking at my glamour plates, there's a bunch of miscellaneous other ones, like this randomly thrown together thing that I don't use. This was like, hey, look what I can do with the bard stuff and the carbuncle. It works kind of well. This was Inspector Sucro. We've got Spamton, I guess, which I was going to do a joke with, but I never did. Marissa's over here, Alice is over here. Extremely casual, thrown together, not used denim. Denim and denim and denim denim. I almost used that one, but then I didn't. Because I liked this until I realized a very specific thing about it that made me hate it. And that's because I have ridiculous standards, but I'm not going to go into detail. I use this for Monk a bit. This one is based on Link's Chrono Cross, which I used a little bit for Reaper, just for fun. That's nothing. I was like desperately trying to figure out a blue mage outfit with what I had, and I couldn't. There's Professor Sucro, which is the new Inspector Sucro. There's a heavily armored Gunbreaker one. And then there's Cool Sucro, who's very cool. She's the coolest. And also the fun feature of like, what does it look like if I were to dispel all of my glamour? I'm okay at fashion. I need to get rid of like some of these, the ones that I never use and the ones that I don't like anymore that upset me a little bit. I'm the sort of, I said I wouldn't go into it, but the long and short of it is that there has to be as much coverage as possible or I get upset because of reasons. Anyway, promise is kept. Oh yeah. It was suggested that we would have a drink with Emmerich. And the drink can be eggnog, or we could drink scrambled eggs, or we could drink spaghetti, or we could drink money, you know. That's how it goes. Don't drink money, or those other things that aren't drinks. Mistress Funk, you are come at a most excellent time. An invitation from a truly preeminent personage was delivered to the manor but a short while ago. Would that you'd been present to receive it, but in any event. Sir Emmerich de Borel, Lord Speaker of the House of Lords, Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, and Viscount of House Borel, cordially invites Mistress Funk to dine with him at his estate. You seem surprised. The messenger assured me that his lord had broached the subject with you at an earlier date, when the arrangements for the peace conference were still being finalized. Of course, the intervening moons afforded little opportunity for leisure, but with the happy advent of peace, 'tis plain the Lord Commander sees no further cause to delay. What say you? I would, but I haven't the foggiest what to wear. What if I was thinking about this. What if I ask this random guard about what to wear? Sucro would never say, I haven't the foggiest. You would ask me? Well, I'm sure that as a personal friend of Sir Emmerich, you are at liberty to wear whatever you deem appropriate. That said, when in doubt, a man of note could do far worse than an alpine coat. At least that is what Lord Amanalaine has been heard to say. I assume the same holds true for ladies. When you're ready, pray report to the Astrologicum. A man of House Borel shall be waiting near there to escort you the rest of the way. I did just get the Alpine coat. Did I put it in my glamour dresser instantly? I think I did. That's the adventurer plate. Sometimes I forget how menu. It looks like I put it away. And you know what that means? What if I made fashion live on camera? Da-da-da-da. I can get rid of that outfit I don't like anymore at the same time as making a new one. Hooray! I was expecting a splat there. One has to go to an inn room in order to create fashion because the glamour dresser is not permitted in one's personal estate for whatever reason. Now, where is that one? There it is. Get rid of this. Get rid of this outfit I don't like anymore. Haha. So we got the Alpine coat. We got Bunny. Aha. The maid cuffs go pretty well with it. What do we got for... some just nice slacks would work, I suppose. How do these die? They dye the socks, but not the shoes. How do these dye? They dye the bands, I think. So there's other options. What kind of dyes do I have on hand anyway? Ta-da! The tiny hat is always a very powerful item, I think. Ta-da! Shoot, now I just want to use this, like, in other occasions. I just threw this together out of what I had, but it's good, is the thing. Fashion is fun. I suppose this outfit can be reused for Sucro, parentheses, formal, parentheses, cold. At any point in the future. And perhaps this is why she decides to incorporate the tiny hat in her Stormblood outfit. Because she realized the power of tiny hat, right now, canonically. Greetings and well met, Mistress Funk. I have the honor and privilege to serve as head steward of House Burrell, though admittedly our staff is somewhat smaller than those of other noble families, being countable on one hand. Ahem, my lord will be overjoyed to hear that you've accepted his invitation. As you will soon see, we have spared no expense. I dare say a woman of action such as yourself enjoys nary a moment's respite. Aye, the battlefield beckons even now, I'm sure, but for this day we bid you lay down your burdens and raise a glass to peace and prosperity. Can I have hot cocoa? Parentheses, not poisoned. Instead of poison, parentheses, not hot cocoa. So what do we got here? Meat with lemon. Green. Bread.
To think the Moogles would prove such harsh taskmasters. Forgive me. I did not know you had suffered so in your quest for the horn.
I like that. First of all, I like that the Moogle shenanigans have become a topic of dinner conversation. Secondly, I love I love Emmerich like laughing about it. Just a well done voice acting. Nod. Talking about funny Moogle. Nod. It's me who wears fingerless gloves to dinner.
I must say, your spirited accounts always come as a welcome change from the arid reports which fill my days.
Sucro is spirited. Sucro refuses a drink. I like that the Warrior of Light, or Sucro in this case, is already unsure about being offered a drink, given what happened recently. Keep an eye on anytime the Warrior of Light, or Sucro, is offered a glass of any drink after this point. Or including this point. A lot of focus on the drinks here. The Warrior of Light is like, I keep calling her that. She's
Though
just
I have
Sucro.
lived in these lands my entire life, to hear you speak of them, there is much and more I have yet to see. Truly, yours was a marvelous journey.
They really emphasize that particular, like, observation fixation, question mark, now, at least sometimes. It wasn't all sunshine and lemon cakes. Perhaps a bit long? No, I was fine. Emmerich couldn't reasonably join. He's got a lot of responsibilities. This seems like the dinner conversation option. Like, ho ho. 'Twas a bit of a time.
Long and arduous, aye. Not unlike the journey that Ishgard has at last embarked upon, thanks to the efforts of you and yours.
'Twas a bit of a time. Yep.
By your deeds, you have helped us to lay the foundation for lasting reform. The formation of the Republic is but the beginning, for it is not only our system of governance which must needs change. We, the people, must learn to let go of our hatreds and rise above our bloody past. I only pray that I live long enough to see us achieve some measure of success, that I might know the lost did not die in vain.
Emmerich, you don't say things like, I hope I live, when during a dinner scene where drinks are taking 5,000 years to prepare for some reason. Emmerich.
I can still see you there on the steps of faith, striding fearlessly towards the worm. If you could do that, who are we to balk at the challenges ahead?
I'm just a cat.
The question of how best to strengthen ties with the other great nations of Eorzea has been debated at length in the Lords and Commons of late.
Is the answer more sports?
As you may imagine, maintaining stability during this period of historic upheaval is our paramount concern. Nevertheless, we are greatly indebted to the Alliance for their support during the Grand Melee, and it would be remiss of us not to repay their faith in kind.
With more sports?
Of course, we owe you the greatest debt of all. And it is my hope that in extending our support to you and the Scions, we might also express our gratitude to our neighbors, nay, our fellow Eorzeans, whom we pray you will continue to protect.
I'll do my best.
The Lords and Commons agree on very little, but not a soul in either house begrudges your order this offer of patronage. For all you have done and will do, we thank you. May I ask a personal question? Now that the dust has settled, what will you do? Not as a scion, I mean, but what do you want for yourself?
Sucro not shown actually drinking the wine or whatever. Wonder
Lord
if she
Commander,
did.
pray forgive the interruption.
Oh, of course. News
from House Fulton?
An urgent message for the Warrior of Light. I was instructed to deliver it without delay.
Now that everything's fine, hey Sucro, what do you want to do? Immediately interrupted. Hey Sucro, we need you to do something. Naturally.
Master Thancred returned to the manor a short time ago bearing an injured maiden.
What?
Master Leveilleur and Mistress Tataru are tending to her wounds, but they like not her chances. Respectfully, my lord, they have requested the Warrior of Light's immediate presence.
You must go to them, my friend, and I shall go with you.
Nod. All right then. Yeah, we saw stuff happening at the end of last time, so we know who this is.
For every ending marks a new beginning.
Wait, who? Who narrate this? Whomst? Whomstediv?
From tragedy and sacrifice, we rise to greet a new dawn. As did she.
Whomstediv be write and narrate. This guy as in the narrator?
Only to be drawn unto another battlefield. Another cause. As if by fate.
No, if fate is something that happens a lot on the map, I will remember him later. Maybe. Well. Do you think that Emmerich has found occasion to return to default Emmerich outfit between that cutscene and this upcoming cutscene? I'm going to guess no, and so Sucro's outfit will also remain the same. Yeah, okay. Hello, I was having a fancy dinner. I didn't get poisoned. Oh.
Yes.
We got...
Is that...
Guess I should have stuck with healer. I have
Alize,
Aurora.
Alphinaud's twin sister.
I can use a heal.
She ran afoul of the Warriors of Darkness.
Well, shit.
I had been tracking them since the ceremony at Falcon's Nest. Little did I know I was not the only one. Evidently, she had learned of their activities and attempted to shadow them on her own. Poorly. I rescued her in the Twelveswood, and together we fled north. But though I made every effort to cover our tracks, they caught up with us on the Ishgardian border. And in the ensuing struggle, Alize took an arrow to the shoulder.
It doesn't surprise me at
It
all
was
that
only after we
Alize...
had made good our escape that
Oh.
I realized it was poisoned.
Oh, I didn't get poisoned because somebody else got poisoned. The poison was on cooldown, basically. Also, it doesn't surprise me at all that Alize is bad at stealth.
Thank you for coming so quickly. And you, Sir Emmerich.
Think nothing of it. How is she?
We have done all we can for now. Although the immediate danger has passed, the poison yet lingers in her blood. We came to Eorzea together, hoping to bring salvation to the realm our grandfather gave his life to protect.
If you didn't do the binding coil, the scenes you're flashing back to now, or Alphinaud is flashing back to now, are the only time you would have seen Alize prior to this, I believe.
But when confronted with the bitter realities of its politics and its petty powermongers, she was driven to anger and to doubt.
Alize is not a politics elemental. Alize is a violence elemental. Or at least more closely aligned to violence than
She
politics.
refused to become embroiled in what she termed Eorzea's squabbles and distance herself from the Scions.
Oh, I guess you would have seen this scene as well, I think, actually, at some point. Coil or no? Forgot about this one. I forget when this scene happens, but you do see a little bit of Alize.
Though she remained hopeful of a brighter future, she would walk her own path. Would that it had not been so perilous. For all our differences, she's as dedicated as any Scion to the salvation of Eorzea. But more than that, she is my sister. To be reunited with her, only to lose her forever. Gods, even to speak the words.
Alphinaud's having a rough time lately.
Take heart, Master Alphinaud. She will be attended by our most skilled Chirurgeons.
Oh, is that when Alphinaud decides to unite the Grand Companies? And that's when the Crystal Braves happen? I guess?
Bear Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary at once. Apprise Captain Whitecape of the situation, and inform him that she is to be treated as my personal charge.
Ah, before the Braves. Okay.
Alphinaud, is the Warrior of Light, is she with you? Don't go, there is something I must say.
Also, Heavensward Alize voice. Previously, we've only heard Realm Reborn Alize voice. I'm over here, I'm behind the tall people, though. Very good voice acting, yeah. Hello. It's been a while, canonically.
The Warriors of Darkness are in league with the Ascians. Slaughtering the Primals is but the first step in their plan.
Seems bad.
They make for Zelvatol to bring about Garuda's summoning and to kill her. You must stop them.
I did not remember why we go to Zelfatol. Now I know. Nod.
I shall inform the others at once.
Master Thancred, I would ask that you accompany Mistress Leveilleur to the infirmary. Your knowledge of her injuries may well prove useful in determining her treatment.
Of course.
Makes sense. Alright, time to put on my ass-kicking casual coat again, instead of my formal casual coat. Wait. Yeah, it's fine. Anyway. Though the fates afforded us the time to share our long-delayed drink, it would seem the rest of my wine cellar will have to wait, as I am constantly reminded there's no rest for the righteous. Were you planning to use your entire wine cellar? However much we may change and grow apart, some bonds are unbreakable. True. Surely they won't let her. Yes, I know. We must trust in Captain Whitecape and his Chirurgeons. Did they not bring Estinian back from the very brink of death? I am uncomfortably reminded of how he mocked me for praying at his bedside for days on end. What say you, my friend? Shall we turn our attention to a matter whose conclusion we yet have the power to influence? Yes. Heavenly eggnog. Well, I don't need any of that because I have, like... I still have 90 burgers, which is a little silly. Who are you again? Mistress Funk, Salette, my name is Salette. I'm sorry, I just begun working here and I'm not, you're rather famous, you see, and pray excuse me. Ah. Fair enough. Shadows of the First. The what? As Alphino and many others know all too well, there's no rest for the righteous. So the warriors of darkness and the Asians are conspiring to bring about Garuda's summoning that they might put her to the sword. Then when we first encountered them in Lostas Nath, when they were confronting Ravana, gods, has this been their aim all along? What do you intend to do, Master Alphino? There is much and more I do not understand, but I know this. A primal summoning cannot be ignored. Alize risked her life to uncover this plot, and we squander her gift at our peril. Sucro, will you accompany me to Zelphatol and help me stop the Ixal's ritual? Leave it to me. I'm a cat with a gun that's a sword. Or a sword that's a gun? It's both. Given that Ishgard shares a border with the Ixali homeland, we have a vested interest in the outcome of this ritual. We've been willing to suffer the Beastman's intrusions into Kurthan lands to a point, but the summoning of a primal is an escalation we cannot abide. You shall have our fastest airship, Master Alphino. The mountains of Zelphatol are not easily traversed, and this endeavor demands all haste. The gesture is most appreciated, Sir Emmerich, but I fear an aerial approach is destined to fail. This is their homeland, after all, and Ixali dirigibles are not to be underestimated. No, experience tells me the only conceivable approach is by land. I believe it would be wiser to cross into Zelphatol by way of the mountain pass east of Camp Dragonhead. In that case, I shall send instructions for a contingent of the camp's knights to be placed at your disposal. They will secure a safe passage through the mountains and escort you thence to Zelphatol. Though my men are unqualified to confront a primal, they are more than capable of contending with the Ixal. We should be glad of their assistance, Lord Edmund. Bow. In the event Mistress Alize regains consciousness, we will share with you any additional information she may provide. May the Fury watch over and keep you safe. Nod. Then let us be off. We can procure any additional supplies we require in Camp Dragonhead. The plan of action has been decided. Wait, what? Did you just have a random side quest? That seems like Tales from the Dragonsong War, maybe? Is that what this is? Yes, it is. This is the start of a side quest chain that is worth seeing, but perhaps I should save until after until right before Stormblood. We've got urgent summoning to stop, or urgent business to stop with summoning, or whatever right now. We have tasks to complete. Also, this is a reminder, I'm having trouble speaking again already, apparently, that there is a new feature in the stream where you can redeem a minion roulette if you want the minion to shuffle. It's very cheap, and you can use it every 2 minutes if you want. I just thought it'd be a fun little feature, but also it's completely understandable if you want this bunny to be here. Never mind. The bunny is gone now. Now it's Capybara! Yay! Good. Love to see Capybara. Ow. There we are. Hey Alphino, are you expecting some mail from the delivery Moogle? Have you everything you require then? Excellent. The entrance to the pass is north of Natalan and due east of Camp Dragonhead. Though it's normally guarded by a score of Ixali warriors, I've been informed that House Fortom knights have already dispatched them. The enemy's gate lies open. We need but walk through. I've noticed that at some point during the Heavensward Point X patches, they've started making it very expedient to get to, like, the dungeon content of a patch. Or, like, the patches themselves in general feel fast-paced. Even though the last stream took me like 6.5 hours, the pace never felt slow. Beyond this gate lies the trail which will lead us to Zelphatul. According to my map, it looks to be a relatively straightforward route, albeit one through exceedingly dangerous territory. Mistress Funk, Master Alphino, as you can see, the gate is ours. Be advised that our scouts are reporting increased activity around the first mountain. Simply put, they are up to something and don't want anyone interfering. We stand ready to escort you to Zelphatul and aid you as you see fit. The enemy will be thick on the ground. Upon arriving, let us advance with care as we search for the site of the summoning ritual. If the gods are good, we should only have to contend with the Ixal, but if they are not, we may be forced to do battle with the warriors of darkness. Zelphatul now accessible, see? Okay, we've been going technically for like 38 minutes and 20 seconds of recording specifically, and 45 minutes, 33 seconds of live stream time. But we're already at the dungeon, and that feels like it was fairly quick. We've got Alphino and House Fortom, Banneret, and Archer. Fair enough. Makes sense. Hey, those happen to be the two that are standing right here, I think. We have everything in hand here, miss. No need to worry, and may I say what an honor it is to work with you, miss. Beyond lies Ixal territory. We lower our guard at our peril. I think that's literally the two that go in the dungeon with me right now. Looks like it. That's fun. That's a nice detail. Ah, the other one's the tank. Zelphatul! This is a dungeon that was an expert roulette during a time when I ran expert roulettes a lot. So I might remember some of this. Frog. Though they probably changed some of it. And by frog, I mean toad. Definitely remember the music. The Ixal leitmotif is very good. Oh, Alphino doesn't have to summon his carbuncle, it's already here. Obsidian carbuncle is present. Alright, here we go! Oh, there's a rock. I forgot about the rock. Falling rocks add to the danger, says Alphino. Great observation, Alphino. Thank you. As before, I will be taking the dungeon slowly, under the assumption that NPCs are not properly able to handle a gigantic wall-to-wall pull. And also because it's just okay to take things slowly sometimes, you know? You don't have to make everything go at the speed of light. You are the warrior of light, but you can also be the warrior of having a relaxing dungeon run. And nobody will judge you except for the people in your party, but right now, those are computers. They don't judge me. So it's fine. And often, like, a lot of people in the community don't really judge you anyway, for the record. But yeah, dungeons with NPCs will be taken at a slower pace. Because there's not really any reason to try and make the NPCs go fast. Unless you're speedrunning the game. I assume that there are speedruns of this game. There are speedruns of every game. Maybe. Most games. It's probably more likely with any given video game that there is a speedrun than there is not a speedrun. I speak like I have an authority on this subject, but I don't really know that much about speedrunning. I'm just saying words. Alphino, you ran directly into that toad AoE. You goof. You silly individual. Running directly into the toad. So far, this dungeon is fairly similar to what I remember. The bosses, I guess, are usually what they change the most. It's over if we're crushed, says Alphino. It's funny that the only NPC dialogue so far is Alphino commenting on the rocks that are falling down. Like, damn, those be rock. It would suck if we got destroyed by a rock, wouldn't it? Yes, Alphino, yes it would. Yeah, I understand why people say Alphino struggles to heal you sometimes, I think. Damn, these rocks got hands.
I have my pride!
Alphino has his pride, though. Alphino probably... I wonder if Alphino struggles less to heal you in... Is that a balloon on his back? Says Alphino. In the far future when Alphino is a different job. Spoilers. Away with you! He hasn't said that yet. Not quite. I should have waited a second before using that. That's fine. Reach us, featherless ones cannot. Oh yeah, well what if I destroy all your ads, probably? Oh, okay, go over. You have to like weaken the turret for... Yeah, I remember this now. I'm guessing you weaken the turret because it does more damage if it has more health left. Airstone. Gotta destroy those. Make the funny balloon friend fall over. Or make the funny balloon friend not invincible, at least. Forgot to use food buff. Away with you! Which is not, I guess, terribly important at the moment. But, you know. His tactics were unique, to say the least. Their mastery of the wind isn't to be scoffed at. Do not laugh at Balloon. Have you seen Balloon fight? Balloon battles can be vicious. They fortified the very cave, an impressive feat I must allow, says Alphino and House Forton Banneret. Hello, Kitty World? By the way, I know I mentioned this briefly on Twitter, but I don't think I talked about it on stream. Huh. I was just thinking Balloon Fight, like the other NES game. But the Gunbreaker's sound effects were different in their original release. They were more like sword slashy. And now they have more of a sort of an impact kind of noise. I think a lot of people complained about this for a time. I mean, there's still some that are very sword slashy. I don't like the basic combo ones, these. Used to be more like sword soundy, and I don't know exactly why they changed it, but I think I actually like the new ones a lot more. I think by this point, people's opinions about the Gunbreaker sounds have like... People probably don't talk about this anymore. I'm guessing that the majority of players just like don't remember, don't know, or don't care. And there's plenty of like sword slashy ones in the rest of the moves, so whatever. It's just an interesting trivia about Gunbreaker. Away with you! If I had to guess, I would say they probably changed the noises to make them more distinct from other classes in the game. Because that seems like a somewhat important piece of sound design, is distinctiveness. Of course, I actually don't really know that for sure. They even have mechanized lifts! How did they acquire the technology? Says Alphino and House for Tom Archer. How did they get elevator? Well, you see, the Ixal were very inspired by the Nintendo Entertainment System library. Not only did they play Balloon Fight, they also played elevator action. Away with you! I'm assuming elevator action was present on the Nintendo Entertainment System. At least. Away with you! Key. I don't know much about elevator action except that I don't understand it and how it works, from what I remember correctly. Imposing gate. How did they develop the technology for a scary gate instead of just a regular one? I really like this dungeon, actually, I think. Also, it's funny that NPCs don't understand elevators, so they just teleport to you after you use them. Ta-da! Yeah, this dungeon is mostly unchanged, as far as I can tell. So far. Maybe there were like minor changes to the boss mechanics or something. Stop it. Yeah, I guess most of the major changes were the earlier dungeons, for sure. That's true. And yeah, how could they have invented spikes? I get the impression that the Ixal are just, like, good at stuff. Industrious, as was said earlier in chat. They just do stuff. Construction, yeah, that works too. Hello. Does she mean to rouse the wind with that fan? I was unaware of the gender of this boss fight. Thank you for this information, Alpino. I say that sincerely.
Away with you!
Okay, this might be a little different. I don't know if I remember. No, wait, no, this is the same. Oh yeah, you're right. It is the one-handed Garuda one. That's probably true also. That can't be simple to do. Oh, you have like Swift Cast or something. Effectively. That's funny. Did the Lancer die? Her attacks were a veritable storm. I dare say she was one of the Galeborn. Says Alphino, and also House for Tom said the thing about the storm. Galeborn, huh? That's an Ixal lore I didn't know. Alphino knows a lot more about that boss than I ever did. Oh, the Lancer died there. Or like fell over or got hurt or something. I've never heard of the Galeborn, nor did I know that boss's gender, and I appreciate knowing pronouns, so... Oh, it is? I don't think I knew that. I don't think that is mentioned before in the game. Huh. Oh. I understand why they just started using tempered. Because an airstone is required to proceed. Oh right, I didn't pick that up. Tempered is a pretty good term, and also, like, it would be pretty difficult to invent a term for every single primal. I don't think it's lazy world building. I think it's completely reasonable world building. Because with the amount of, like, primals and stuff that they have at this point... Yep, this happens also. feel like it would be difficult to invent a new term for every single primal. Oh, only one other primal does temper? What? There's just a lot of stuff about this game I don't remember, huh? Ah, well. They still talk about, like, people succumbing to the Primal's influence with those two, though, so it's possible that they can temper. At least with some of them? I think they mentioned that with Ravana, at least. I feel like I remember having to beat up these balloons before, and then they are no longer targets, also? So I think I did find a change in this dungeon. I'm pretty sure you had to destroy the balloons when this originally happened. Unless that's about to happen, but I don't think so. That's also true.
Away with you!
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that you had to destroy those balloons the first... or, like, before they... I guess reworked some of this dungeon? Anyway, boss fight. Is this the first time we've heard Heavensward boss theme 2 on stream? Also, probably not. Absolutely not. We did dungeons like last time. We've heard this. Probably? Anyway. Except, like, the dungeon we did last time had the dragon boss theme.
Focus. Release!
So, maybe not. Birds. Bird Wizard used Summon Bird. It's slightly effective. Oh, this was also in Dun Scathe. Yeah, okay. Just summons Garuda in the middle of the boss fight, by the way. There's Garuda. Surprise. This boss fight rules, actually.
Away with you! Away with you!
Demon Fang! I can't believe I realized that the Gunbreaker's ranged attack is just Demon Fang. If you think about it, this is kind of the opposite of, like, an ad phase. the ads are summoning the regular boss fight, except you have to fight the ads or something, because like a lot of primals would simply summon their followers as ads, but this is the opposite. That's what I meant by saying that. I don't mean to say, haha, you are but ads before me, or whatever the hell that means. Oh yeah. That reminds me that maybe I should do something. Hooray! I got a second chance point. Yeah, doesn't have the other summons though. Joy! I'm sure everything will go fine now that we've defeated / prevented the summoning of Garuda, I guess. Anyway, time to just leave normally and nothing bad will happen. I might remember some events.
So they were unable to see the ritual to its completion. Then Garuda is no longer a threat, and whatever the Ascians and the Warriors of Darkness were planning has come to naught. But we should not tarry. The Knights have secured our path to safety.
Well, well. What do we have here? You'd better not have killed the primal without us.
I think we tarried a bit, Alphino. Did you junction Terry materia into your armor? Meld, I mean. Well, they're back again. It's about time too. Or they're finally here, performing for you, etc.
Wait, I know you. Still walking, I see. I could have sworn my aim was true.
Also, this is the first time a lot of them are being voiced. And also, one of them is immediately mistaking Alphino for Alize.
Just what is your game? Leading us a long way so these fools could step in and claim our prize?
Knight of Darkness, Ranger of Darkness?
No. Let's not make hasty accusations. By the look of things, the ritual was proceeding as planned.
Devout of Darkness?
We arrived at the appointed hour. 'Twas they who erred.
It is hopeless. We cannot face them all.
Do mine ears deceive? A boy! So that's the way of it. Twins! You had me worried for a moment there.
Ah, she blinked. This is that meme where someone is just pointing up and it just says FGS, FDS, or whatever. Just random text. The Ranger of Darkness is being a meme right now.
Know that I will happily make it quicker for you, if you just stand still.
Enough, Jarumul. We wouldn't want to upset the man in white with any unnecessary bloodshed now, would we?
Seems to be wearing gray to me. Jarumul.
You've been awfully busy since we were kind enough to spare your lives.
That's one hell of a line you got there. I guess that's true.
While you were idly consorting with the Ascians, you mean? 7 hells! What could you possibly hope to achieve?
Should I explain it to you? Very well. Consider it a reward of sorts for beating us here.
Story time.
You know the tale of Hydaelyn and Zodiac, I take it? Of the Great Sundering and the reflections it created.
I was hoping you had a PowerPoint for this.
Across 10 and 3 they were divided. Reflections of the source, each possessed of shards of light and dark.
I think we only learned this fairly recently, though, to be fair.
Just so. One of those reflections, the one nearest to the source, is our home. And we were the heroes blessed with her light. But not all worlds hold light and dark in equal measure. In ours, the power of light was greater by far. So the Ascians, who once threatened our home, were no match. And they fell before us, one after another, till none were left. Victory, we thought. And then came the light. A flood of pure, blinding radiance, annihilating shadow and color and life itself. Ere long, it will consume our world, leaving naught in its wake but blank perfection.
That cannot be. Do you honestly expect us to believe such a story?
Believe what you like. But it has happened before, on a world far removed from ours. The 13th, which was swallowed by the dark and transformed into what you call the Void.
True.
Unchallenged light would condemn us to a similar fate. And so we joined hands with our former enemies, and with their aid came here, to the source.
Oh, this is where we learned that? You probably said that last stream, but that's fine. No worries.
For there is but one way to restore the balance and save our home. The Ardor. Calamitous destruction with the power to break down the barriers between planes and see our worlds rejoined.
You would doom our world to save your own? What would even become of us? Of you?
Enough. I tire of talking. You know our cause. You know what is at stake. We are prepared to do whatever it takes. Are you?
That line right there. First of all, it got to me. Secondly, I'm like 95% sure that was in the trailer for this patch. I was actively playing during this part of the patch cycle. I want to say I started playing originally right before Heavensward. So, like, I can remember some of this stuff and it happening as... I can remember how it happened, I guess. But this line specifically... Yeah, the warrior idol animation is a little silly, but, like, this line specifically, I remember this one. Now that they've said it, I remember it was in the trailer. And also, the whole Warriors of Darkness situation... Emotional. Whoop, time to spin. This guy's still here. Hey, what's up?
If there is aught you would say, say it. Otherwise, begone. You have no friends here.
Whoever that person was, they seem to have won a screenshot contest or something. They had like the Scarf of Wondrous Wit or whatever. Anyway. All quiet here, miss. Nary a peep from the birdman. At last I can breathe easy. As accustomed as we are to fighting the Ixal, it isn't every day that we charge into their stronghold. Oh, I could have talked to the other guy. All things considered, we should be grateful to have survived that encounter. Do you think it could be true that to save their world they must bring ruin to ours? No, it matters not. Such wanton destruction is beyond justification. Whatever their reasons, they must be stopped. The sacrifice, the loss, it ends here. Anyway, here is a song. Scroll. Also, I have an urchin in my pocket, I guess, and a card. My inventory is... I still have all of this space, so I shouldn't be too worried. It just starts to seem full as soon as half of it is gone. Actually, isn't there another way you can display the inventory menu? You can, like, display all of it instead of... Yeah, I don't remember how to do that. What do you think? It was a pleasure to work with you, miss. I pray the Fury grants me the opportunity to do so again. Seems unlikely. Oh, I thought you could display all 4 inventory sections at the same time. Forgive me, this is neither the time nor the place for idle introspection. The knights can apprise Lord Edmund of our success, and we the Lord Commander. More importantly, I should like to see if my sister's condition has improved. You may take a moment for yourself if you wish. I will be at the congregation. Very well. There he is. Hello, Alphino. Ah, there you are. Shall we make our report? You could stand inside, Alphino, probably. What's up, Lucia? Your deeds have scattered the dark clouds that have long loomed over Ishgard. On my oath, we shall not squander the bright future you've won for us. That sounds like a pretty general line. Can I sit in this chair? Yes. I'm allowed to sit here. I like this new Mikote sitting pose that looks very polite. I think I've said that before. Hello, Emmerich. It brings me joy to see you safely return to us, Sucro. What news from Zelphatol? Long story. Sort of. Then we were not too late. On behalf of Ishgard, I offer you my deepest thanks. As for we who remained behind, Mistress Y'shtola has been tending to Mistress Alize in your absence, and I'm pleased to report that she's regained consciousness. I imagine you have many questions, especially given your recent encounter with the Warrior of Darkness. I know I do. Come, let me show you to her room. Do not worry, her condition is much improved. She's a resilient one, much like her brother.
Alize, how are you feeling?
Well enough, brother. Thanks to the kindness of our hosts. When they told me you had departed for Zelphatol, I found that I could rest. The outcome seemed a mere formality, as did your safe return. Thank you, my friend.
I take it your mission was a success.
By the way, this is probably soon to a point when Alize's dialogue is different if you have done Coil. But seeing as I had never done Coil before, I would not be certain of that. Yep, okay. Sucro explains the mission.
As if we needed any further confirmation that they are in league with the Ascians. But to save another world? I think not.
They sounded pretty
thought his
earnest to
story
me.
fanciful at first. But it is possible there may be a kernel of truth in all of this. At the very least, none of his claims contradict the word's account.
You were following these people, Alice. Why?
They seem
During
sus.
my travels, I had oft enjoyed tales of the Scions and their exploits. But after a time, I began to hear whispers of a gifted and theretofore unknown band of adventurers. Adventurers who had supposedly sworn to travel the realm slaying primals in the Scion's stead.
The Warriors of Darkness. And in the course of investigating these rumors, you stumbled upon the Ascians' involvement.
Yes, exactly.
Forgive me, but if these Warriors of Darkness mean to bring about another calamity, to what end do they hunt primals?
To prompt an escalation. To deepen the beast tribe's feelings of helplessness and despair, and thereby drive them to summon ever more powerful gods. And lest we forget, these events do not occur in isolation. With their patron deities being slain left and right, the news of man's victory over Nidhogg must surely have sown panic in the minds of the beastmen. 'Tis no wonder they wish to defend themselves.
Imagine if farming an extreme primal fight to get like the mounts or whatever just eventually caused the entire world to explode. Just like, oh, you're not getting the funny horse, huh? Well, if you get 99 totems, you'll be able to buy the funny horse. But also, don't fight the primal more than 99 times, or else the servers shut down forever because there's too much escalation. Congratulations, you've caused the calamity. That would be quite something.
Power answered with greater power, death with more death. A vicious cycle fueled by fear and hatred. I know it's like all too well.
Yeah, potentially. MMO bad ending. Fought the bosses too many times.
Indeed. The Ascians sow discord and desperation, and the Warriors of Darkness reap the harvest. And so it continues. Yet that is not the extent of their ambitions. The Ascian himself observed that once the powerless realize that the old gods have failed them, they will have little recourse but to look to a new one.
And that's when the Ascians swoop in and be like, hey, have you heard of Zodiark? I assume. That would have been the perfect plan.
We cannot let that happen.
It should come as no surprise, but Alice and I have uncovered evidence that the Ascians have been manipulating certain parties to ensure that a constant stream of crystals flows into the hands of the beast tribes. If we sever these supply lines, we should at least be able to slow the escalation.
Good idea.
Agreed. Kral and I shall journey to Zelphatol and learn what we can of the Ixal's source.
Then I, for my part, pledge to lead a similar investigation into the origin of the Nath supply.
Sir Emmerich?
Aren't you busy, Emmerich?
As a
with,
member
like,
of the Aorsian
everything?
Alliance, Ishgard is honor bound to play an active role in maintaining the security of the realm. You might also say that I have some personal motivation, given the Ascians' dealings with my father.
Okay, that's fair.
However, I make no secret of the fact that my knowledge of primal beings is scant at best. As such, I should be most grateful if one of your order were to assist me.
Allow me, Sir Emmerich. I have dealt with the Nath before.
True.
Let us consult with Orianja then. Given his dedication to the study of primal beings, I should be surprised if he could not tell us something of value.
Sorry, did you just say Urianger? Did you just say the Urianger word wrong, Alpha? No. It's Urianger, right? Ah, whatever.
Allow me to accompany you, brother. And before you think to refuse, know that I am not the girl I once was. I shall not be a burden. You have my word.
But Alize, you... You are more than welcome. After all, it was you who set us upon this path.
Nod.
Wait a minute! I'm afraid I can't allow you to leave just yet. Not until you try on the new outfit I prepared for you.
Oh. Tataru has to do this all the time. Yeah, I mean, that's fair. It's fine to say things incorrectly sometimes. I certainly say things incorrectly often. To think that the three of us plumbed the depths of the coils and confronted Bahamut himself. Had I not been there, I would struggle to believe it. Hey look, it's stuff about the coil. Shortly after we parted ways, I heard that she'd taken to the road on her own, apparently on a journey of self-discovery. Precisely where to I never learned, though I suspect that was by design. So she enjoyed hearing tales of our exploits, did she? Ta-da! My apologies for keeping you waiting. I have to figure out an Alize voice now. Anyway, here's Alize's new outfit. Gotta make sure that we observe the new outfit properly. Ta-da! Right then, shall we be off? Tataru never ceases to impress, though for a moment I feared she might furnish you with an identical outfit. Praise the 12 she did not. Mother and father were rather too fond of making us wear matching clothes. I think my Alize voice is probably going to be similar to my Alphino voice. Just because there's only so much that I can do with range, but... And also, I guess it kind of makes sense because they are related. Do you remember that time at the studium when that girl of yours crept up behind me in the hall and whispered, "Sister, please, she was not my... can we have this conversation... Can we not have this conversation in front of the Warrior of Light?" So be it. Another time, perhaps. This girl is Alphino's twin sister. They do have some differences in design otherwise. To be honest, Sucro, I wasn't planning on seeking you out just yet. When I set forth on my journey, I did so with grand ambitions. As you may recall, I promised I would not disappoint you. I pray you'll forgive me if I do. The carriage? Was there a carriage at the end of the coil that I forgot about? Probably. Welcome to the fight. I thought that would result in determined emote. New garments aside, I must say you seem different, more resolute than when we last met. You have the look of a woman who's ready to fight for the future of Eorzea. To the extent of my abilities, perhaps, but I have no delusions of grandeur, nor will I pretend to have found myself or any such thing. I'm here today because I would regret it if I weren't, that's all. Fair enough. Let us depart for the Waking Sands, then, and see if Urianger can be of assistance. Nod, nod. I'm glad Alize is allowed to be part of the story because Alize is a good character. This will become more and more apparent the more she's actually in the story. Also, ignore the gunbreaker NPCs over there. I'm not high enough level to do that quest yet. I might consider showing the gunbreaker questline just for the sake of, like, all of the other times I've shown questlines, with the exception of, like, the rogue one, have been like, I'm considering continuing to play as this class, and then I didn't, so maybe that would actually doom Gunbreaker. Maybe I can't show that on camera. I just think it's funny to land there. That's correct. Ariange, apologies for calling upon you unannounced. Why, Master Alphino, would that the scholar had seen fit to grant me knowledge of thy coming. What bringeth thee and thine here this day? The warriors of darkness have returned. Pray allow us to explain. Nod. Explain. I too have heard tales in recent days of primal beings rising up only to be cast down by forces unknown. Alas, as thou didst observe, this serveth but to spur the beast tribes to pursue their goals with redoubled fervor. We have two objectives at this time, to identify and remove the source of the beast tribe's crystals, and to take direct action to prevent any further summoning rituals from reaching completion. The second is easier said than done, of course. While we were fortunate enough to learn of the Ixal's plans before they came to fruition, I should be surprised if the Warriors of Darkness and the Ascians did not have similar designs elsewhere of which we have no knowledge. Thou wert wise to come hither, for this very day did I receive tidings most troubling from across the Strait of Melthor. Ogomoro stirreth, and there are whispers that the Lord of Crags neareth his return. Mere rumors, mark thou, but in light of thine own discoveries, thou canst ill afford to turn a deaf ear to their claims. Aye, we must ascertain the truth of the matter for ourselves. Let us consult with the Maelstrom forces stationed at Camp Overlook, Sucro. Nod. Thank you for your counsel, Urianger. Pray inform us should you learn aught else. I shall. If I may, brother, Urianger, is there anything else you would like to say? Elise? If not, then never mind. I only ask because you're normally rather more verbose. Nothing to add? Very well. Ere we depart, I wish to make a request. The Warriors of Darkness spoke of how the Ardor had the power to break down the barriers between planes, that our worlds might be rejoined. I would ask him to research this for us. Being nowhere near as well read as you, I'm sure I wouldn't know where to begin. That said, I've heard tale of a promising tome, the Garan Oracles. Mayhap you could start there. Glare. By thy leave. Camp Overlook, was it? Very well. Alphino shrugged, Sucro confused head tilt. What do you think, Urianger? We shall speak anon, Sucro. I prithee attend Master Alphino and Mistress Alize. What is Urianger up to? Who can say? And now is a good time for me to BRB. Stretch break, everyone. Don't forget to stay hydrated. I will be back at computer soon enough. Hello! I am back. I have returned to computer. I've accidentally selected another player very briefly. Hello. Before we continue, I remembered something that might be worth showing off. Where is that? There it is. The Fractal Continuum is an optional dungeon, and it has some interesting lore details within it. So it might be worth looking at it very briefly. This is an optional dungeon located in Azizla, as you might have figured out. And it's also one of those dungeons that has stuff you can read in it. I mean, you can read it if you're allowed to by your party members, of course. Since it's sort of like an Allegan museum, it's got little guide panels and stuff. Exhibit 1, Technology in Daily Life. This exhibit showcases the various scientific advances that allow Allegans to live lives of heretofore unheard of ease and efficiency. I don't know exactly what that means, but there's clockwork soldiers in it. And funny robot. Look at this funny robot. I actually have a minion of that funny robot, I think. But there's a few interesting lore tidbits in this dungeon that I think are worth looking at, so. Technology in war. See the myriad marvels of Allegan military technology that have been replaced by flesh and blood soldiers, ensuring that no Allegan citizen need ever again lay down their life in battle. Also pretty good music. Also, I think I remember playing through this dungeon like a million times trying to get a specific piece of armor for fashion back in the day. It'd be pretty funny if I got that exact piece of armor. Though you can also now get that extremely easily because it has a very cheap and dyeable variant now. Exhibit 3, the Phantom Ray. Feast your eyes on this massive yet elegant automaton, designed to monitor and, if necessary, dispatch potentially violent chimerical constructs. Now, I don't know exactly what this means, but this is just Ravana. Why is this Ravana? Why is this robot Ravana? What does this mean for everything involved? Like, look at the attack animations. Some of them are just Ravana ones, like, yeah. Ravana's, yeah, pretty much, probably based on this robot. So this dungeon shows the influence that Allegans had on a lot of people. They are probably responsible for Ravana in some way. Or at least Ravana's appearance or something. Seems potentially interesting or relevant. Exhibit 4, the Mirror Knight. A second-generation construct boasting the strength of a bear and the acute vision of an owl. As with many early efforts at synthesis, lack of intelligence and a proclivity for violence limited its practical use. Birds. Mirror Knights are an enemy type that can be seen in places in the video game. Ixalion. Get lost in the source code. Yep. Oh. Creation. Yep. Exhibit 7, the Shabti, a 4th-generation construct and one of the first to effectively employ cloning technology. With a high intelligence and regenerative capacity, its development was hailed as a major breakthrough. Oh, there's a hard mode of this dungeon? I don't have that yet. That must be like post Stormblood then. Exhibit 8, the Naga. Among the first successful efforts in synthesizing a void scent. Void research remains an emerging field with future developments holding great promise. This text box seems pretty important, in addition to what some of the enemies are implying. First of all, this means that the Alligans, the Void existed prior to the Alligans. Though I don't know how time works between all the different shards. That means the Void has been around for a while. And that's like the primary thing that jumped out at me when I looked at all these information panels recently. That seems relevant. Exhibit 9, the Ixalion, a highly intelligent construct employed by Allagan engineers to perform maintenance tasks. Notable flaws include a weakness against the elements and certain genetic instabilities. So hey, also the Ixal, I didn't quite realize that the name was literally just like basically Ixal with some extra letters and sounds on it. The Ixal are Allagan creations. And yeah, they're designed for construction maintenance. Wonder why they're so good at engineering. Weird. The Ixal, that is, which are definitely not the same thing. So yeah, there's at least 2 really interesting and possibly important lore notes in this dungeon. So I thought it was worth going here to show that off. I don't think there's more, but like I might as well go through the rest of it. You know? I suppose that's fair. Though we've learned about how the Void happened, but we also know that it's extremely old. Hello, Minotaur. Oh, I didn't move fast enough, whatever. This boss normally probably has a mechanic or something. And yeah, that is also the case. We will learn a lot more about the Void in the future. Anukohai, probably, I'm guessing there's a lot of time-space shenanigans involved in all of this stuff too. So Anukohai's age is probably affected by a variety of shenanigans. Instead of Anukohai is 1 billion years old or whatever. Though I don't know for certain. Also, this is just kind of a neat dungeon, so I don't mind showing it. Oh right, yeah, they do bring up the time dilation a bit. I remember that now. still like how Scholar's AoE is just to punch the floor. Art of War. Art of War. Yeah. It's got like the binding coil jump pads and everything too. I actually did not think about how these were reused later when I saw them in the coil. But seeing them again here was like, oh. So they weren't just here, okay. Look at this funny robot. Also, a lot of the items that you're getting from this dungeon, Valerian, whatever, I think the ones that are Tactics Ogre references? I think any item that's Valerian something is based on Tactics Ogre. So that just happens to be here also. Why is it here? Because this is a dungeon that's in the level range, not because there's any actual... Alec committed innumerable crimes against nature and humanity that directly led to an umbral calamity, but they also had sick-ass jump pads, so who can say if they're good at that? That's true. I think I missed one of the sick-ass jump pads and I'm just running in a circle right now. Oh, I never poked this control unit. The Curator. This is a boss fight that definitely has mechanics that I'm going to ignore. Hooray! You also get Balder weapons and stuff. I don't know if that's the first floor grid boss, but it could be. Anyway. Come, let us speak with Commander Bloyden and see if there's any truth to these rumors concerning Titan's return. That had better be the sulfur. Is Titan back? 7 hells. At this rate, I'll have to appeal to Maelstrom Command for reinforcements. Huh? Whatever it is, we don't want any. I'm gonna destroy Titan. Well, fancy that! Just when my kobold problems look like coming to a head, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn turn up, itching to pitch in. Bloody brilliant timing is what it is. Right then, let's get to it. So our friendly neighbors in Ugamaro have got much more aggressive of late, just as you said. Matter of fact, our scouts spotted one sniffing about the stores just now, likely looking to make off with an armful of crystals. I'll be damned if I'm about to let that happen. Lend a hand and help us search the camp for the little bugger, would you? Oh. You've spoken with the commander, then? Our Maelstrom friends seem notably more agitated than when first we arrived. Do you happen to know why that might be? Titan is happening. Kobold in the camp, you say? That would appear to corroborate Urianger's information, yes, but to be so reckless as to infiltrate a Maelstrom camp and draw attention to their efforts is passing strange. Well, there will be time to think on this later. For the present, we must do everything in our power to prevent Titan's summoning, and that means finding and questioning this kobold. I think I know which part of the game this is, and I didn't think that was going to happen now. But there's a wide range of area to look through, apparently. Well, there's a kobold. Hello. Gasp! Well. Area of search narrowed considerably. Ha. Stay back! Away! Far back! I'm not a... it's no use. Pointless, hopeless, no use. Where'd Kobold go? There you are. Please don't hurt me. I only wish to talk. Yes, yes, just talk. It's difficult to talk when you keep running away. This was a stupid plan. Stupid, stupid, stupid. But if I tell no one, then everyone will... Hi, I'm here again. Ah, she found me again! What to do? What to do? What to do? I won't harm you. I come in peace, only to talk. Speak, say, talk. So please, please do not hurt me. So this is our wily kobold infiltrator, is it? No wonder the soldiers were on edge. He could very well give one a bruised knee. Nod. Huzzah! We've got him! Fine work, Scions! So, little one, thought you could sneak into my camp, did you? Plotting to steal my crystals, were you? No, no, no! I came to talk, to ask for help, but when your soldiers saw me, they drew their weapons and shouted, and I... Now, let us all take a deep breath and discuss this like civilized individuals. What is your name, child? Pikman Gabu of the 620th Order. At least I will be a Pikmin one day. Well met, Gabu. I'm Alphino, and this is my sister Alize. Sucro, the woman who found you, is our friend. Now that you know our names, we can be friends too. Now, Commander Bloiden here thinks he wanted to take his crystals, Gabu, but you said you came to ask for help. Why to us and not your own people? What happened, Gabu? Can you tell us? No one is going to hurt you, all right? Not while we're here, I promise. The Patriarch, the Patriarch is going to summon the Great Father again, and you have to stop him! Beat him, fight him, stop him! Gabu's parents said they didn't want it, along with many others, but the Patriarch wouldn't listen. He was so angry, raging, fuming, angry. He said that if they didn't have iron in their hearts, they would serve as coke for the furnace. And then the guards took my parents and the others away, and I haven't seen any of them since. Coke for the furnace? I did not want to believe it, but I've heard tales of foci fashioned from the bones of beastmen, which worshippers use in their rituals, hoping to summon more powerful incarnations of their gods. By the 12, that's sickening. No one listens to Gabu, no matter how much he cries, pleads, begs, cries. They do not listen, only talk about punishing the Overdwellers and praising the Great Father. Gabu loves the Great Father, but he loves his parents too. So please help Gabu stop the Patriarch and save his parents. Nod. Nod. Commander, advise Maelstrom Command that Titan summoning is imminent. Should the worst come to the worst, we will require their support. Time being of the essence, we three will attempt to infiltrate the Cobalt stronghold, secure their crystals, and free the prisoners. Well, if you're sure, you'll forgive me if I don't seem optimistic. We'll make ready just in case. Nod. Yeah, I forgot this part of the game was happening right now. I remember this, though. Do you know that there are collectors who will pay a fortune for Beastman ritual artifacts? It is perverse. I tried talking to the others, but they wouldn't listen, so even though I was afraid, I came here. I have faith that we may yet stop the ritual. We would surely have detected the associated etheric disturbance had Titan manifested already. But I cannot speak for the prisoners. 12 have mercy. They would even contemplate sacrificing their own flesh and blood, brothers and sisters, mothers and fathers. Time is of the essence. We must see what else Gabu knows and formulate a plan without further delay. What sort of twisted monster would consider a ritual focus a work of art, knowing full well how it was made? And we call them Beastmen. Well, we don't call them that anymore, really. They changed that in the patches, but... let us pray we still have time to save Gabu's parents. Time to save Gabu's parents. I heard Great Father Titan loves crystals, cherishes, covets, loves them, and if we gather enough, he will return. That's why the Patriarch told everyone to go forth and gather them. So I was thinking, if we take all the crystals away, maybe the Great Father won't come? Very good, Gabu. I was just thinking the same thing. Do you know where the crystals are stored? I know. Oh, several spots, each defended by a different order. Gabu wanted to steal them, but he was too afraid to go alone. Yes, too afraid to go alone. But together we can take them away and hide them. Come, Gabu will lead you to the first cache. Pray see to the crystals. Alizé and I will stand guard for any errant patrols. That hardly seemed fair. Then again, they only have themselves to blame. Quickly! Crystals. Do you have them all? Good. Lead on, Gabu. This way! I feel like we should dispose of these, rather than just gathering all of them. And by dispose of, I mean throw them over a bridge and nothing will happen, definitely. If they find us, you'll protect me, won't you? What are you waiting for? We stand lookout, you take the crystals. If I did not know any better, I would say this crate was... What would you say this crate is, Alphino? That seems important. Time is short. If you have the crystals, we should move on to the next cache. Did you hear me, brother? Brother? Aye, it's just that... I'm quite certain that crate once bore Ishgardian seals. Someone took great pains to remove all traces, but enough remains to make out the pattern. See for yourself. I struggle to imagine kobolds traveling to Kurthus to obtain crystals, much less bothering to conceal their origins. I suspect these crystals were smuggled into Vilbrand by another party, most likely a pawn of the Asians, as Thancred speculated. I narrow. I don't understand. Who are the Asians? Do they worship Great Father Titan too? Never you mind about that. As Alizé said, we do not have a lot of time. Can you lead us to the next cache, Gabu? Yes, of course. Gabu knows the way. The next one is the last and is very large, very big, very huge, very large. I missed one of the yeses in that dialogue. We should pack up the crystals and leave now. The kobolds could stumble upon our handiwork at any moment. Gabu said the cache would be here, but unless it's remarkably well hidden... But they were here! Heaps and heaps and heaps of crystals! Concerning. Though you cast about for a time, you see no sign of the crystals. But you do see a cutscene. Confound it. What about you, Sucro? Any luck? Shake head. Nothing, nothing, nothing. But this cannot be. Gabu saw them. Spotted saw. Think, brother, think. They must have moved them, yes? The question is where to and why. Within Ogomoro, where they summoned Titan once before, I mean to do so again. It's the only explanation. What about Mother and Father and the others? We have to help them. And we will, Gabu. We will. Stay calm. We still have time. They have yet to call for the remaining crates, yes? If they had, then they would have found the other caches empty and sounded the alarm. Nevertheless, I believe the time for stealth has passed. We must breach the navel and seize the remaining crystals. There's no other way to prevent Titan's summoning. But first, give me your crystals that I might deliver them into Commander Bloiden's custody. We dare not take them into the bowels of the mountain. Okay, we are disposing of them. That's reasonable. Mother, Father, we're coming. Alphino is right. It would be folly to deliver the kobolds the very thing we sought to deny them. The crystals, Sucro, if you'd be so kind. A large quantity of crystals, intended for Titan summoning. Here you go. Thank you. I shall deliver them to Camp Overlook for safekeeping and brief Commander Bloiden on the situation. Pray go on ahead. As I recall, there's an aetherite within the Ogomoro mines that should deliver you to the navel. Gabu doubtless knows the way. Wait for me there. I shall rejoin you anon. Strange. I would have thought you eager to remain in the thick of the action. But if this is what you would prefer, then Godspeed, brother. This way, this way! Working on trying to make sure Alphino and Alize are slightly distinct in voice acting still. I think I'm doing okay. Anyway, time to go over here. Whoop. Oh, that's fake. Time to go over here instead. Whoop. Eh. Here we are. I hope the Patriarch and my parents are there. I take it this is the aetherite we seek. Right then. As soon as Alphino arrives, we go. I trust you're feeling suitably heroic, Sucro. There's no telling what sort of resistance we'll face in there. That's a lot of crystals. Quickly, you clods! Briskly, swiftly, quickly! I will not suffer any further delays! Alphino's here too. Lay down your arms and surrender. We have your crystals. There will be no summoning this day. Overdwellers? Here? But how did you... Where are my parents, Patriarch? Where are they? Oh. We were too late for that. Mother? Father? Cook for the furnace? You monster! How could you? Hello. We are but servants of the Lords of Crags. We are his, that he may drink of our blood and partake of our flesh. That he might draw upon the strength of his children and defend them from the tyranny of the Overdwellers. No, Alize, not yet. Yup. It's quite a time. I understand, Patriarch, I do. Your fear, your anger, your hate. You would do anything to protect your people, anything to deliver them from despair. Whatever it takes to ensure that those who threaten you can never do so again. But in your single-minded pursuit of this objective, you've brought suffering to your own kith and kin. You've sacrificed the lives of the very people you sought to protect. But it need not be this way, Patriarch. Renounce this bloody course. Cease your attempts to summon your god and work with us together to build a lasting peace. Another peace to be abandoned at the Overdweller's convenience. Oathbreakers, all of you. Liars, betrayers, oathbreakers. You take and you take and you take, and when you've had your fill, you sue for peace. You promise that this time is the last, until you grow hungry again. And when we dare to defend ourselves, you declare that this beast tribe cannot be suffered to live. That our god drains the land of ether and brings naught but suffering, death, destruction, and suffering upon us all. I will hear no more lies from you and yours, Overdweller. You've ruined your own lands, you'll not ruin ours. Yeah. I said I'd come for you, and I did. I'm here. I'm here. Say something, please. Please. Please! So yeah, this part's a lot. And also... remember how, like, any strong wish can summon the primal? Wake up! 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 Yup. Also, primals are influenced by whatever wish calls them into being. 7 hells! I'm here, I'm here, I'm here! Alvino! Leave him to me! Carbuncle. We must away! I forgot about the carbuncle attack. Imagine if summoners could do that, like, normally. Yep. Right now I am Gunbreaker. I've gone through a whole cycle of trying to figure out what class to play as, or job, I suppose. I've ended up back in the tank zone, but my levels are all over the place, because I've also played a lot when I wasn't streaming. But now I'm streaming regularly, 3 times a week. Wow, that's really weird for me, actually, still. But yeah. Oh? Gabu has nothing to say, understandably. He's breathing and I don't see any injuries, but I can't seem to wake him. Aw, geez, thank you. By the 12, how could I be so foolish? I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. I am not sure. I will be able to solo it if I can do it unsynced, but this might... I vaguely remember that this might be use the duty finder too. But we'll see in a second. I should have known better than to let Gabu accompany us, given what we were like to find. His anguish and despair served to birth a primal, just as surely as would the supplications of the faithful. Whereas, being born of such tumultuous emotion, this incarnation of Titan seems incapable of naught but violence. If we have one cause for optimism, it's that while many crystals were present, they represented but a fraction of the quantity intended for the summoning ritual, meaning that Titan must be far weaker than planned. Be that as it may, he is yet a primal, and the longer we leave him to bleed the land of Ether, the stronger he will grow. And should Titan be permitted to leave Ogomuro, more lives will be lost. The Maelstrom will rally their troops and the cycle will continue. Suko, you know what must be done. Will you face the Lord of Crags once more? Nod. Thank you, my friend. Alize and I will tend to Gabu. When you've finished with the Primal, look for us in Camp Overlook. We will be expecting you. Confront Titan in the navel, parentheses heart. Okay. So this could be soloed. Probably. I might have to switch class for that, just for convenience. Realm Reborn. It is level 50 and I'm level 67 as a Gunbreaker. So I wonder. I'll just switch to Scholar to make that certain, since I have Scholar at 90. This should work, I think. We've seen Titan before, so I don't really need to, But I don't want to destroy Titan too quickly, because there's interesting things. I'm here, I'm here, I'm here! Titan's dialogue is different for this. I said I'd come, I'm here, I'm here, I'm here! Oh. That again. The dialogue for this specific instance of Titan is different. Mother, Father, I can't find you. This is fine. I think they changed it at some point where being imprisoned— Wake up! I think being stuck in the granite jail, if everyone was in jail, the fight would end at some point, but I think they changed that at some point also. Because, like, obviously the fight did not end there. At this point, I can just attempt to do the damage. Yep, that's true too. I think I did it through the duty finder originally because I was at the level. I mean, the max level at some point was only 60. And so you couldn't be ridiculously overpowered for this part. Titan's gonna fall over from... Where are you? Where are you? I could take the treasure coffer, but I don't really want to. Yeah. Anyway. I forgot that this part of the game was at this part of the game. I wasn't expecting Gabu today. But yeah, definitely an emotional part of the game for sure. Good thing my ridiculously overleveled character is a healer, and also I knew that this would happen, so I didn't go full power mode. Gabu says nothing again. You're back! Gods, what a relief. Ah, there she is. Did I not tell you she would return safe and sound? The deed is done, then. Titan is no more. Nod. Good. There's been enough tragedy this day. He's been like that since he regained consciousness. We believe he can hear us, but he's made no attempt to respond. He's almost certainly still in shock, but we cannot discount the possibility that he succumbed to the Primal's influence. Should that prove to be the case, he must be put to death like any other thrall. Such is the Alliance's policy, yes? You have the right of it. But we must not rush to conclusions. After all, we once feared that Izel's followers were beyond reason, and many have since laid down their arms and accepted Ishgard's peace. We can but watch, wait, and pray. Not the best time for quest complete jingle, but okay. That always happens. I really feel like the jingle should not always play. I know what happened. Gods help me, I was there. But the thought that we might have to... Seven Hells, he's just a child. There is naught to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control. Much less one which may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Bloyden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? Yeah, if we are assuming that Gabu is tempered, anyway. We just discussed how we're not sure if that's the case yet. I personally don't remember. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst, but they said you had matters well in hand. Yeah, try to avoid spoilers, even though I've played the game through 5.1, technically. I have a memory that's not very good, and also this was a while ago when I played this part the first time, so there will be things I remember and things that I don't. All settled, then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, believe you me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the Maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Yep, I haven't seen the majority of the stuff between Shadowbringers and Endwalker, and I haven't seen the majority of Endwalker. I know bits and pieces of stuff that's in there, but there's a lot I have not seen. Especially because Endwalker is apparently, ridiculously huge, so, you know. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you have a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. I guess. Doesn't feel like a good time to celebrate, but I guess. But yeah, there's a lot of stuff to see in the future for sure.
Who goes there?
It's me. I'm a cat.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. so quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space.
Isn't this the scene where we said bye to Alizé after the coil as well? Like the area, not the scene. Wasn't it around this area? Or at least a similar looking area? The first time I saw this scene, I hadn't done coil. So, a similar area, right?
Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words.
Same music, I think, as well, at least.
I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. But when Grandfather revealed the whole truth of the calamity to us, I finally understood. And I resolved there and then to continue his legacy in my own way. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Sharlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the Warriors of Darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger, of you. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
Alizé is great, yeah. How do we begin the tale of Ishgard? I would say at the beginning with Alphino.
We had no clear memories of our life in the hinterlands, having returned to the motherland as infants. Nevertheless, I am quite familiar with Master Matoya, as is every Sharlayan. I should like to speak with her someday. 'Twould not surprise me if Alphino's recent maturation was at least somewhat due to her sage guidance. I would never tell him this, of course, but there have been moments when I've caught myself thinking of him as an elder brother.
If by sage guidance you mean extreme sass, then maybe. But
The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
for those we can yet save. Meanwhile... crystals.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Gee, that voice doesn't sound familiar at all.
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts. And thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine. I foresee only greater difficulties ahead.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's a lot of really good characters and voice acting and stuff going on.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardor belongeth not unto the Ascians alone.
Also, like, not only is this voice very familiar, there's only, like, one other person who speaks like this. I'm not sure if they thought this would still be, like, a good disguise at this point. I don't know.
With thine
I
own
won't say who it
hand,
is
strike down thine enemy.
directly.
The so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
Just kill Sucro, it's easy.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Hey, it's like we just heard those words a second ago. Wonder if that means anything. Maybe important.
Very well. Draw her out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness.
Yeah, okay, they don't want it to be secret after this scene.
Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
I mean, they've also already shown Urianger talking to Ascians, but like, it's extremely obvious who this is now, so I might as well just say it. That being said, if I hadn't played this game before up to a point, I wonder how quickly I would have realized that this is Urianger. considering I have recently demonstrated an ability to fall for a simple disguise in a different video game, at least briefly. Anything's possible. What ho, Sucro? I trust you had a good night's rest? I was but this moment speaking with Thancred and Yashtola via Link Pearl. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once borne Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been very busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Emmerich believes it's only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. That's true, but I don't remember when you've seen Urianger's hair before. Ah, the sideburns. Okay, fair enough. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals. With that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another... Wait, where's Alize? She was here a moment ago, with Gabu. I don't know, but I should repair my gear. Just in case. Oh, there she is. Yeah, exactly. Needed a pompadour. He does reduce it a little bit, I guess. Maybe. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? Nod. Nod. My apologies for disappearing again. If it's any consolation, I've already packed my things. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloden? Something tells me you're not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there's been no change. He will not speak or eat. I'm not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance, until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what's become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out a damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, nor will Maelstrom Command. Yeah, part of the reason I originally wanted to play through this whole game again on the stream, though it was a while ago that I started since I was very inconsistent for a long time, is that I wanted to like re-experience it, see if I could like pick up on things I didn't pick up before, see if I could get more of the story like stuck in my brain, hopefully, though my memory, as always, is not too great. I'm hoping though. So there was probably a lot of stuff I didn't pick up on either. I think like playing it on stream, reading all the stuff out loud and whatnot is helping in some way for processing the story, for me at least. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to... And I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there's nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them. And never ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. Have faith, sister. Your words have reached him. In time he will recover. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. A thousand times over, there will be a reckoning. Nod. Nod. An unusual path through Endwalker, you say? I have no concept of what that could possibly mean, because I kind of assumed it would be a linear story. So maybe something about it isn't. Don't tell me, of course, but it's a fascinating statement. Ah, unusual timing-wise and stuff, okay. Still. I'm looking forward to experiencing Endwalker mostly for the first time. There's a handful of things that I know about, which I won't say out loud. For the sake of also not spoiling. There's a handful of there's a handful of stuff that I know about, like basically everything from between where I personally stopped playing and where the game currently is. I'm also very interested to re-experience Stormblood, which is very soon. Because I remember not enjoying Stormblood too much the first time I played that. Like, I was like, oh, it's not as good as Heavensward, basically. Or like, the story wasn't as interesting as Heavensward's story. And I wasn't too fond of, like, the villains. There's one of the villains in Stormblood who I'm still going to hate absolutely. And she gets the Hotel Mario voice because of this. To make it funny instead. Hopefully. But like the other villain, I just remember, one of the other villains anyway, I just remember not finding too interesting. But we'll see how that changes on another playthrough many, many years later. When did Stormblood release? Hey, sorry, Urianger, when did Stormblood release? Stormblood release date. June 20th, 2017. So like, not quite 6 years later, but still significantly later, when I feel like I've changed a lot as a person, like, multiple times, so... If you mean, like, which character I hate, then you might be correct. If you mean which character I thought wasn't that interesting, then that would be someone else, probably. Anyway, we have heard the glad tidings from Ogomoro, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. It was by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavily on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Garen oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, apart yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then of 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Nod. Ah, interesting, interesting. I'll have to see if I find Stormblood's pacing to be better than Heavensward's, or like how I would compare them. That's an interesting point. But yeah, either way, I'm excited to replay all the stuff I've already seen and to see all the stuff I haven't seen. Because this game is just overall very good. Aye, all's as my lady Minfilia spake unto thee. Nod. As for what becometh of these reflections when they and the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul surrendereth to her call, to flow into the endless sea, there to endure as one and none. Then, if the warriors of darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die? In essence, aye. The verse speaketh of the renunciation of the flesh, and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were to fall to transcendent light in the manner the warriors of darkness described, it would give away unto a void where none may know either life nor death. Life or death. Ah, interesting. As far as counting the bad moments in this game, I can think of at least a couple characters I would consider to be terrible, but I mean, a lot of people probably don't find them as terrible as I do because I have a lot of specific feelings about stuff, to put it extremely vaguely. Far better to die, they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth unto the source may be born anew, saved. Such, at least, is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. It would seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Ishgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond a shadow of a doubt. Unless thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Ascians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Vralgar. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that their Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of Eileen Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it's not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Ascians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers. Of all of which is irrelevant, forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Sucro, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? Nod. Glare. Yes, of course. I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves, firsthand. May you ever walk in the light of the crystal. Nod. Alize does not nod. Phone call. Elfino, Alize, Sucro, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. The cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were on the employ of, and I hope you're sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them, and the crystals too? What few remained, aye. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. It was bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it will be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Emmerich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we, by happy coincidence. We learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. Ha! And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and her little helpers. Ah, wait a moment, there's more. And I defy you to not be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Eileen Royale, the infamous Ivy herself. Nod. Once again, Thancred, I fear we must inform you that... Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Y'shtola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. Alize is going to call an emergency meeting at some point. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we've sought Urianger's aid, and twice she's treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils and spent as much time in the Leveilleur estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggled to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter. Later, though, little Alamigo awaits. For the record, I will state the names of the characters that I think are really bad. One of them is Gegeruju, who's thankfully a minor character. And the other one is Yatsuyo. Yatsuyo? I always forget which one of those it is. But I extremely hate Yatsuyo. Yatsuyo? That's not really a spoiler, I think, to just say the name of a character. But yeah. A lot of people really like that character for really reasons that I would consider not good reasons to like a character. Basically, I'm saying a lot of people are really horny and I hate that. Anyway, let's continue. Still no sign of Thancred. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me, it's been a long day. Did you have something to say? Urianger? Oh, I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, Sucro, if anything should happen, it should be me who... Just know that I'm prepared to do what must be done. Right then, to more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can gather in his absence. Time to learn some stuff about things. When we were free. So to review, we are reliably informed that members of the Alamigan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals, our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlement, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. Sucro, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. So yeah, the last thing I'll say about Yatsuyu for now is that I will show my disrespect for her character for at least using the Hotel Mario funny voice for her dialogue for at least a while. Because there's a point after which it may no longer be reasonable to do so. And that's all I'll say on that matter. Remember when I had the point redeemed to do a Hotel Mario voice for the next text box? I forget why I think I got rid of that because I wasn't confident in my Hotel Mario voice anymore. I should check out the enclosed instruction book to refresh my memory on how to do that voice better. As outsiders, we must be careful how we broach the subject. Oh, lest they grow suspicious of our intent. Minion roulette. It's the Black Curl again. The minion roulette contains 30 different minions, and yet it sometimes feels like it's only pulling like from 5 of them or so. Such is the nature of random numbers. True randomness can include repetition. One day I should just take all the leave quests so I don't have to see this, like, there's an unlockable here icon and get confused briefly every time. Maybe I should bring that redeem back, though people might use it for scenes that are supposed to be serious, as has been done before. But then again, that also increases the humor, one might suggest. Such as having to play Kazoo right after the death of an important character does. It's a nice bit of levity after some seriousness sometimes. Let me guess, you've come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan's heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. Little wonder the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. You will learn potentially more about Yatsuyu in the future. You might not get the impression of why I hate her so much just from seeing what she looks like, but I don't know. For now, I think I should move on and stop talking about that character until she becomes relevant. I see you there going and asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I'll bet. Oops. Seems that they talk a little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Oh, that's funny. I didn't know. I either didn't know or didn't remember that about the iTunes Shuffle algorithm. Some say he's hardly got a face, what with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and they'll send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Pfft, your guess is as good as mine. So we're learning that there's a mysterious leader who is good at rallying people to his cause, but nobody knows what his face is. There's someone else to speak to in here. Maybe? Either that or there's someone in the same area but at a different elevation, which is probably the case. It is. Eh, the Resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. Cough wheeze. If you set store by all those tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the masked bedtime stories. This is our lot and it's time we got used to it. So, the Griffin is not successfully rallying everyone to his cause. Well, that was easier than expected. There's not a soul here who isn't eager to talk about our masked friends. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. His Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them. Only that they're the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we lack proof. We yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions, and mayhap enlist his help while I'm at it. Given that you and Gundabald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? I just had a thought. While it's not this specific Black Corel, in the Alexander questline, if the Corel in that questline was sent as a messenger from Alexander or whatever, is that cat also, like, technically a primal or a part of a primal? Does the Alexander cat bleed the land of ether by running around and meowing at things? Just, like, maybe slightly. Just wondering. Just thinking about it. To hear people speak of him, the Griffin sounds like a man in his middle years. But if that's the case, what has he been playing at for the past 2 decades? If he's so devoted to the cause, why has he waited until now to do something about it? Unless, of course, he hasn't. Oh, no. Wait, no, that's just how cats work. Yeah, exactly. Cats temper people all the time. Ah, it knocks the ether off the table. I can believe that as well. Cats do this. Naught would please me more than to be wrong about all this. Well, too bad. Much as it pleases me to see you again, Sucro, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. There could be bad stuff happen. I always forget what toxoplasmosis means. The Griffin? I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was a suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. Even I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished, but I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, but you were not. The Griffin will soon deliver a speech to our people at the sunken temple of Karn. Go and see him with your own eyes, weigh his words with your own heart. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go on ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Nod. Yeah, I always forget what toxoplasmosis means. I see that word crop up now and again, but I think like the dictionary or scientific definition is not the same as how people use it. Maybe. Whoop. Can't do that. Thought you'd fly over the wall, did you? Too bad. Whoop. How about through here? Okay, that works for me. Love to go to the ruins to give a speech. To listen to a speech, I guess. Love to pass by the aggressive sandstone golems to give a speech. And receive a speech. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within. Oh, it's within the Temple of Karn. Even more dangerous, potentially. Huh. I don't think that's how people use the term toxoplasmosis typically. Or at least some people don't? I don't know. Anyway.
Brothers and sisters! 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire.
Voice also sounds a little bit familiar.
In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same.
I think there should be a Temple Bee that flies up behind the Griffin in this cutscene and like uses Final Sting and the Griffin dies. And then everyone just sort of shuffles awkwardly for 5 minutes while the speech would normally be continuing.
We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains.
Or that, yeah. Avoir du poids.
We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country. Or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandoned them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands.
I'm slightly distracted by how they bothered to add the little touch of the armor noise when he banged his fist against his chest. That's a good touch, I think. Just thinking about small details that are kind of unnecessary, arguably, but are very good little touches. And yeah, that is interesting.
This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gir Arbania once more!
A power, eh? Seems a little concerning, potentially.
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait, is that...
Gasp.
What are you two doing here?
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing.
Well, well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I feel...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
Strength of heart, apparently, will win the battle. Listening to the background speaking. Also seeing the Temple of Karn boss back there in the shot, or at least a statue that looked similar, is making me think about a black square, what by the gods, again. For those unaware, there was a tweet or something like that of one party of people's encounter in the Sunken Temple of Karn where the tank, I think, was silent for the entire run until he started narrating the final boss battle, describing how he translated the markings on the boss to mean the boss's name, and was like calling out attacks, including with the text, "A black square? What by the gods?" Which is extremely funny to me. Anyway, hey Ida and Papalimo. Of all the places to meet, it has to be fate. Mayhap it's my imagination, but you seem rather more rugged and world-weary than when we last spoke. Maybe. There's been a lot of stuff happen. Words cannot express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. It does sound kind of like Oblivion, doesn't it? Mud crabs. And you! It was pretty obvious you and Sucro would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Uldar, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Ralbon had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact. But having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, I thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn? Nod. Curious. It's well known that we're no friends to Garlemald. One would think the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. Ah, I should say that the man you saw was not in fact the Griffin, but an impersonator. And a talented rabble-rouser, too. To boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who's made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks... Ida? Everyone just looks at Ida. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half of my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... For all the good it did. Now you've heard the whole of it, but tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Crystals. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan. But the Griffin, well, the man's an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make a reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The masks have made many such claims of late. I confess I'd assumed it to be a mere bluster. But in the context of the shipments of which you spoke, it is not impossible that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is, assuming you'll have us. Nod. Insert Suikoden recruitment sound. You've befriended Ida and Papalymo. Do you honestly think he's planning to liberate Alamica with the help of a primal? I mean, could he really be that stupid? Without Ida, we really were missing some element of the team's personality, I think. In retrospect, their tale is not so surprising. We had reason to believe that they'd escaped with the aid of Alamigan refugees, after all. Still, Tataru will be delighted to hear that we've been reunited, once we've attended to matters here, of course. If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there's yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mask's plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he's wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphino will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Ida and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements, and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade, until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Talabot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? Haven't we done this already? It all seems simple enough, thank you. And with that, Sucro, let us be off. I'm pretty sure we did this already. Yeah, I started with Sucro. I started as Archer. You can see that that sort of lasted for a bit. I have 61 Bard, but I have a bunch of other everything else. Also, my levels are ridiculously too many levels for this point of the story, but that's fine. With my previous character, whom I played through 5.1 with, I believe I started as Conjurer. Or... no, actually. With that character, if I recall all the way back to the beginning of that character's existence, I started as Marauder, I want to say? And then, like, I tried playing for a little bit and I didn't get into the game. And when I eventually went back to the game, I immediately Fantasia'd and switched to Conjurer for a while, and I played through the main story for a while with Conjurer and White Mage. I also played Bard during Heavensward. After Heavensward, I think I was Red Mage in Stormblood. I was Dancer in Shadowbringers, and that's about as far as I got. And I also leveled Machinist to maximum during Shadowbringers as well. I used to be always constantly like too nervous to tank, but it seems I've ended up tanking on Sucro, so that's something. Talibot has an assortment of affordable clothing which he sells to the refugees. The sum in that sack should more than suffice, but if it and my name are not enough to secure his cooperation, pay him double. I shall see that you are recompensed. Our identities will be revealed, but it can't be helped. We don't have time for a cleverer approach. Cleverer is a difficult word to say out loud. But yeah, like, overall path through jobs and stuff with my original character. Started as a healer, got healer anxiety, switched to ranged physical DPS. And also ranged magical DPS for one expansion. With this character, started as ranged physical DPS with still having healer and tank anxiety. Eventually it was like, what if I try healer? And then I did try healer. And it was like kind of fun. And then I was like, okay, but what if I try tanking? And then I tried tanking for a little bit, and then I had like a huge hiatus where I didn't stream for a really long time. And by the time I got back, I was nervous about tanking again, so I switched back to DPS. And then I switched back to healer, and then I switched back to tank. So I've gone full circle, like twice, maybe, or something. Like a circle and 3/4 or something like that. By the way, I'm still very surprised that I've been consistently streaming 3 times a week for like, how many times now? A lot? Hold on. I need to investigate my own streaming. Let's see. I started streaming and I started this schedule on December 15th, and it is now January 27th. So it's like a while. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 streams in a row with that schedule. 19 if you count the Splatoon one I didn't upload because I got sad about video game. Anyway. Not to continuously pat myself on the back for ages, but I'm surprised by all of this. Don't look at me, you're the one with the sack of gil. You do have the sack of gil, don't you? Interesting. Hey, you want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Do you want gil? Well, you're the ones with the gil, and seeing as you're friends of Papalimo. There, tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your tastes. Now off with you before someone sees us together. Okay, did We tanking Thornton Extreme. Backseat gamer tags. Okay, so did we do the Shepherd's Tunic prank before, or is this the first time it's happening in the game? Because I feel like we did this before. As I keep saying, my memory's not the best, but I feel like we've done this already, like way earlier in the story. Okay, just checking. Clothes maketh the man, as they say. Right then, I will go and change and see what the spot Papalimo marked on our maps. Ah, gotcha. I knew it was somewhere, but I didn't remember all the details. They're definitely doing this again on purpose, so... Time to wear weathered clothing. And approach them on my motorcycle, which does not indicate any amount of wealth, I guess. Despite costing like 20 to 30 real dollars. The power down sound just happened at the exact same moment that I got off of the motorcycle. Hello, fellow refugees. Do you like my motorcycle? Well, look at us, a pair of down-at-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. What about my gunblade? Does that look valuable? Does that look... I mean, I guess I could have had a gunblade. And now we play the waiting game. What about my glasses? Those were originally part of a disguise and I just kind of kept wearing them out of habit.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
Also, that's fair. I could say I stole it off the Garleans. They would enjoy that. Though the Gunbreaker questline actually goes into detail about how the Garlean gunblades and these gunblades are not the same. But I don't know if the Griffin here is a gunblade knower to that degree. That is possible, except future Sucro outfits already don't have the glasses. So either she starts wearing contacts or gets laser eye surgery. Oh no, I'm having a terrible mental image of like, sages are healers. Sages shoot lasers. I'm thinking about laser eye surgery. Oh God. I can't decide if that's extremely funny or extremely bad or both. Just like Ukrainian LASIK. I actually had LASIK, by the way, for those who weren't aware. It was an interesting experience, and I don't need to wear glasses now. So it accomplished its purpose. Anyway, we're the esteemed adventurers.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal.
Alphino, are you just gonna play the entire hand of cards, metaphorically?
Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals
yes,
you
you
recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
Surprise. Surprise.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
Ah, the famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals.
Glaring.
You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal.
We just wanted to decorate. We're gonna make the place really shiny, so when the Garleans look at it, they have to look away, which gives us an advantage in battle, you see.
We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
That works too, I guess. But I like the shiny decorations plan also.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
Hey, it's almost like doing whatever it takes is a recurring thematic motif in the story at this point in time. I didn't think about that the first time, probably. Yeah, that's true. Ifrit's only level 20.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
Unless it's hard mode or extreme mode Ifrit, of course. And yeah, like, that is true. Alamigo could have, we could have helped Alamigo more. And also, it is true that this is still summoning a primal.
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
I guess Papalymo's voice is different from the one I'm aiming for when I read Papalymo dialogue. Papalymo sounds like higher pitched Thancred right now a little bit, more than what I was thinking.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light?
Maybe. I'm a cat. What's it to you?
Aye, I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave woman can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed.
Oh yeah.
But that was a lifetime ago.
I forgot your name, but that did happen.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none, courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
You might be squandering it a little bit with the primal plan. Seems like a plan that's bad and squandering.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
Okay, Papalymo's voice is a little bit more like what I was going for, so never mind.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head.
Well, hey, I'm glad to see you again.
Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
Anyway. There we go. Quarry Mill, he said. Do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I've long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. Alfno, are you saying it's good that my memory sucks? Thanks, I guess. So let us keep moving forward together, Sucro. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. That line? The one about, like, living in the present or whatever? It is kind of funny because, like, it's good that you don't remember things, maybe. It's fine, actually. That seems relevant and important to various things. If we take the Griffin's double at his word... Oh. Yeah. If we take the Griffin's double at his word, then the crystals are now somewhere in the Zaharak, ready to be put to use by the Amal-Jah. We must apprise Alize of what we've learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I've changed. Oh hey, this other person is... No wait, that's not a gunblade, that's a gun. I was going to say, oh, this other person's also playing this questline as a gunbreaker, but no, they're a machinist. I went a way that's not helpful. What's up, everyone? Thancred is here. That's Thancred. Ah, that's much better. Subterfuge was never my strong suit. You're prepared for battle, then? That kept you waiting, eh? My apologies. Thancred, do you think that you are a Solid Snake Metal Gear now? Now that Thancred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings? Yes. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papalimo were here all along? Well, Y'shtola will be relieved, and I'm also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. That's kind of true. Thancred is a whole bunch of video game characters at the same time, in a way. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amal-Jah. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Nod. Agreed. If there's naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. Nod, nod, nod. Ominous camera. And so they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on the stage, wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth, save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized. But never shall we know its like again. I can imagine Thancred eating pizza. Unfortunately, I was not able to get the pizza emote that did get added to this game at some point. Wacky Wahoo Pizza Man. God. I am going to eat a hamburger / cheeseburger. burger/sandwich. What is this called? Archon burger. This is a food I should not know about yet, but that's fine. All seems calm here. Is it possible we've been deceived? Maybe. You'd think there'd be more obvious signs that something was afoot, but if anything, this place seems quieter than I remember it. I have a bad feeling about this. I confess, I expected a warmer greeting. Is that a pun? But we must not jump to conclusions, not until we've braved the Bowl of Embers. Is that a pun about fire, Alphino? We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, several cutscenes will play in sequence. It's recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Well, I will leave you with this ominous sound for a moment. Who's ready for several cutscenes we'll play in sequence? And also a fight. Should have waited until this started to have the Archon burger, probably.
This isn't right. The Emulger would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
Not willingly, no.
The saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
Hey, we got there first last time.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the Warrior of Light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos.
I like how, Warrior of Darkness, sir, you didn't seem so keen on this plan at first, but now you're reciting it like it's your idea.
One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
That was quite a roar.
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
That was a good time to... Hey, did the channel point alert not go off? There was a dab redeem. I don't know why it would suddenly not work. Anyway. This guy's face every time. Fire arrow.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
What?
Alizé!
I forgot about the carbuncle.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere.
Such as kill and murder. Oh, hey, you can summon weapons with Arcanum. A Sucro cannon makes even more sense now that I remember this scene exists. Cool. I forgot Alizé literally does the thing I was thinking about Sucro doing in her...
As Eorzea's blade
my
of light
Sucro
once
headcanon.
stood by my side, now I shall stand at hers and defend this realm with all my might.
I literally forgot Alizé did that. Anyway, Alizé has a sword now. Think about this. Remember it.
Let's finish this.
Oh, I thought this had a different theme playing. Anyway. One life for one world has now begun. We've come too far, sacrificed too much to stop now. You think you're the only ones who've known sorrow?
You shall fall soon enough.
No, no, he will not be denied so easily.
There's no escape.
They call upon the power of the Echo, by the way. Is this the power of the Echo? Yes. Yes, it is. Oh yeah, also they just keep reviving. Can they rise? Have these warriors no limits?
No more games.
I thought he was just gonna say no. Oh no. God damn it, I can't break free! I think so, yeah.
It ends.
How'd you use home gang on multiple targets? Also, how does your home gang break from ruin?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
Paired it with
He
all
that
material,
holdeth
of course.
fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation? Nay.
By the 12! Urianger!
He just walked through the fire, presumably. It's Urianger!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
That's a good line.
Thou mayest, my lady.
Anyway, time to pose!
By thy leave.
By thy leave, it is time to pose like JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. I think I've seen that exact pose with like the menacing characters next to it more than once. I'm very tempted to make that the thumbnail of the YouTube video, including the menacing. I think I remember when I first saw this part, I just lost it at Urianger's pose. I just started laughing. Like, okay, Urianger. Alright.
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop! Understood.
Single line that Magus of Darkness gets, probably. No, the camera snap is not part of the scene, but... Wizards of Winter, huh? I don't think I know that reference, but it does sound like something Urianger's stand would be named.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell.
I guess this is also a thing that you can do.
I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them.
Weird how Alize in this scene is like, Sucro, all the stuff that you're thinking about for your headcanon can be explained in universe, and it's real. Also, let's use a huge sword to kill people. Yeah. Oh, here's the music I was expecting, I think. Maybe? No, this is another different one. This is really cool, though. Trying to beat us at our own game? Ha!
I must have more ether.
Go to her, Suko. We will deal with the others. What do you mean? I've given her all I can. The rest is up to you. You have command. Leave the fighting to us. How? What do you want me to do here? Oh, I need to click on Alizé? It's not letting me. I can't. Even with mouse cursor. I can't. I need to click on the Blade of Light? I don't see that as a target anywhere. I don't see that. That doesn't exist. I'm going to die because there's no target for this. People, please explain to me to this. Please explain me to this. There is no text. What do you mean? Text Blade of Light? Oh, I literally did not see that because it was covered up by everything else. Never mind. And now I just feel dumb.
It's not enough.
I literally didn't see that text. Caution, Suko, you must channel not so much at once, or whatever. Now blame hers, kill her while she's weak. I think also, like, the Warrior of Darkness was dying on top of the thing I was supposed to click, which made it a little bit more difficult as well. Unto her blade we render our ether, that fortune may favor us this day. The fate of two worlds hangeth in the balance, Sucro, quickly thine ether. Yeah, like, the Warrior of Darkness is on, like, standing on... Where's my cursor? There it is. Also, I'm gonna get interrupted, right? No? Okay. Weird.
I can feel it! Just a little more!
It seems like I don't get interrupted. At least. Suko the Ranger, you must stop her. Wait, what's the Ranger doing? Oh, the Warrior of Darkness is being told to kill the girl. Right, the Warrior of Darkness is telling the Ranger to... Yeah, that's what I meant.
I'll crush you!
Oh. Oh no, you do get interrupted. Is arm's length work for that? No. No. No, no! You're not holding any lines. Okay, you're holding the line now. Actually. You know, I should release Royal Guard. Probably.
It is done. With this blade, I banish the darkness.
A bit late on that, but...
No. Not like this.
There we go. That was a little frustrating because I missed the clickable thing, but that's fine. It's still a very cool fight. Sorry for Grumpy about not being able to see the text. Yeah, that is true. Oh yeah, they added character portraits retroactively for a lot of stuff as well.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
I have expected Alize to say, I can look after myself, you know, because of the Endwalker intro. I thought that was like, surprised that's actually a mirror callback to this, or something like that, but not quite.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
So are the Warriors of Darkness, as we've learned.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Are you gonna tell us more information? That's useful. Thank you. Smirk.
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt planes with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Credits to the voice acting again for sounding winded and exhausted and everything.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
At long last, you see. To save our world, we gave our lives.
I feel like I should do that. Maybe.
We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence. We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this. You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
Yo, scenes a lot.
I've died before, Arbert. I'm not afraid to die again.
Arbert. Wait, I thought it was Ardbert with a D in there. Did they change that?
No matter how many times we fall, we must rise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
For those we can still yet save.
To have known the depths of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
How long have I been carrying this? Which one is this? Don't I have more than one of these? I guess this is like the water one, because they had all the other ones, I think, but still. Chaos Control.
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the First, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute. I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
Yeah.
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Heidelin. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, Your supplications. She has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
Twould seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Okay, he gets more lines. Fair enough. Drug.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
Tis a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
Nod.
Thank you, Lemine, for everything.
So that was a lot. That was a lot. That was yeah. I think that scene had like about 300 times as much impact on me this time as it did the first time I saw it. So here we are back in the world, I guess. First time I saw that, I don't think I'd figured out emotion yet as much, so this time crying, a lot of crying. Most of it muted, some of it implied through small audio cues, such as, and so on. Anyway. Yeah, understandable, Thancred. Also, I want to shout out a very, very specific line of dialogue that was in there. The way Thancred said, like, you would go alone then or whatever was so, like, quiet. Somehow that really got me. But, like, a lot of that really got me. So hey, by the way, I also forgot that this patch takes like 4 hours. And I said I would do 2 of them. Yeah, that's a good way to put it. Thancred extremely quiet and sad compared to his usual everything that he is. Yeah, that's a good way to put it too, I think. Though things did not unfold as perhaps, I mean to say, I truly believe that she... Forgive me, I should not have spoken. It's not my place. Speak thy mind. I do not expect thy forgiveness. It would seem we're in southern Thanalan again. Minfilia's doing, no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the warriors of darkness, too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the... If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. We should talk about what to do next. An ending to mark a new beginning. Forgive me. My thoughts were elsewhere. And this one I know full well there's yet work to be done. The crystals. Leave them to me. I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amal-Jah will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They're not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. Consider yourself a bard still? But Thancred, you... don't have to do this, I know. But I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I should go and find Ida and Papalimo. They must have finished searching the Mask's camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, Sucro. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with that warrior of darkness and the Ascian in white at the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way. Know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh heavy on my heart. I understand why you did what you did. That you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. Sucro, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest for a while. If thou wilt grant me leave, I would gladly escort thee into a refuge of thine own choosing. Since once my lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee at the Rising Stones. Until then, warrior of light. Nod. Oh, gotta speak with Papalimo. I might as well just fly there. So hey, anyone happen to remember how much time 3.5 takes? I noticed in the quest list on some sort of wiki that it was divided into 2 parts. So presumably, a while. Perhaps I have promised more than is reasonable. I didn't remember the length of this patch. I was under the impression that individual patches were shorter, but I guess not always. Ah, there you are. We finished our search, in case you were wondering. I have to tell them what happened at Zaharak. I thought it best to do so together. Well met, Sucro. Alphino said you'd be joining us. I thought this music was playing. 'Twould seem that the Griffin's double was telling the truth, insofar as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the Mask's camp. Did you perchance find one in Zaharak? Much shorter. Interesting. Actually, I do still want to keep going, for the record. Actually, a whole lot happened. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just... I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, aye, but also affirming. Alphino, I believe it's past time Ida and I rejoined the Scions. We have been away for far too long. Though I'm loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from your more dispassionate perspectives. And I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges you've faced in our absence. I mean, I remember the dungeon. I remember events that occur. I'm not entirely sure what you mean by not awful, but anyway. Gods, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Name day? Ida, Ralgar be praised, it is you! Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh. I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now, has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. I fought beside your father in the Revolution. Do not think less of her, friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways. But the resistance were always welcome in Little Alamigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida here was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission. Until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry, we were still the Circle of Knowing back then, right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a very long day for us all. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Nod. I don't know what you meant by name day in the list of what's happening soon. But, yeah. For whatever reason, the main scenario quest list that I was looking at divided the next patch into 2 parts. Like, the first half ends at the wall, and then there's the second half or something like that, so I don't know what that means either. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. Oh, it was released in 2 parts. That makes a lot of sense, actually. I forgot about that detail of how patches do. Wait, what do you want? Oh. Alright, how's everybody doing? Coltonay. Many of our number are still out in the field, but I believe Oker's party should be returning shortly. Hori Boulder. Huzzah! Have you heard, Sucro? Ida and Papalimo have returned! Did you know that male Rogadins have an extremely silly-looking emote? We've not had a chance to speak, but the mere sight of them was enough to raise our spirits. Huzzah! I want to see that again. Huzzah! Hop, hey, hoo, ha ha! Yeah, hey! I don't know what emote that is. If that is surely not the joy emote, because otherwise they'd be doing that at the end of every dungeon, which would be extremely funny. But I'm pretty sure that's not the joy emote. When you think about it, we've accomplished quite a lot in recent days, have we not? Though there are of course some few regrets for missed opportunities. A pity that we were unable to deal with Ilbert and the Braves once and for all, for example. Dance? That would make sense. Imagine if you could set the emote that you do at the end of dungeons. Or something. That would be a PSO2-esque feature. Hey, Philemine. You needn't say a word, Sucro. I know. Wherever she wanders, no matter how far, she will always be with us. You're doing better than I expected, Philemine. Welcome home, Sucro. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals. He sent word a short while ago. Once he's delivered them safely into the Temple Knight's care, he will rejoin us here and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and brief them on all that's occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stones at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Understandable. Urianger, you're allowed to stand closer. We don't hate you.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
Oh.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask.
Hey, where's Alize, by the way?
I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Urianger, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
I guess they still have not. Well, yes, she did. But Urianger said he would escort her to here when she was done with that. I guess she's still resting. Urianger. God. This is making me think that Thancred is pronouncing Urianger incorrectly on purpose, as just out of a slight amount of spite at Urianger's antics. And I choose to believe that this is what's happening.
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. 'Twould be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Yeah, Urianger. You did what you thought was best.
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the Resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja, not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Ida, you sound extremely nervous.
And
oh, there she is.
Alize?
I will continue taking a nap.
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities.
I do love swords, though. Hi, what's up?
That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable. And we've always got her to keep us from bickering.
Yeah, that is the flying chair. That's funny, actually. I have that chair also. Sucro sits on it really strangely. I guess my job is to keep Alize and Alphino from arguing.
I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
Tataru, you can't just drop Alfie on me like that. You can't just do that, out of nowhere.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru.
Apparently Alphino's okay with it.
And we mustn't forget
But I wasn't expecting it.
What now for the Warrior of Light?
Can I take a nap? Well, I'll go wherever the funny main quest icon tells me to go, honestly. Social combat and economical combat. They let you say the thing that I keep saying. I keep referring to this. For those we have lost, for those we can yet save. I keep mentioning it, of course I'm gonna say it.
Indeed.
I forget where that is
fraught with hardship,
originally said at this point.
And the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm, and I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
It's been so long since I read 8-Bit Theater, also. Alright, now what's everyone have to say? Leave it to me, Sucro. I'll make sure she's properly introduced to everyone. Yeah, it's official then. Gods, I hope I don't regret this. I hope I don't regret being part of the main story now. Same as it ever was. It would seem that I'm a scion, then. Some derive comfort from such titles, but I cannot say I feel any different from before. Well, mayhap a twinge of pride. Alphino in the distance. I have my pride! As agreed, we shall spend the coming moons conducting our own independent research. Should you have need of our services, however, you are, of course, welcome to seek us out. Yeah. Tis passing strange to think we may never see Lady Minfilia again. After witnessing so many of our missing comrades return to us, I dared to hope that she might one day do the same. I agree completely with your statement, knowing who the redacted character is. Though admittedly, I haven't actually seen a whole lot of that character, considering when I stopped the game. Which is to say, I haven't seen anything starting at 5.2, where I think that character exists a lot more. Oh ho ho! Do not think I will be easily bested so easily again. When my competition with Lady Ida has ended, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn shall crown a new champion of the squat. What? Was there a squatting championship going on? I have that emote. I could participate. I suppose I should not be surprised. With everyone standing in a circle delivering grand proclamations about their future endeavors, she naturally felt obliged to make up one of her own. Yeah, that seems fair. It may be argued that the great sundering of the source was an aberration, and the existence of 10 and 3 reflections an offense to the natural order. That, most assuredly, is the Asians' belief. 'Twas in the hope of opening mine eyes to said revelation that they first came unto me, imagining it sufficient to secure mine allegiance. Nor would they have been mistaken, were my heart a temple to truth alone. But as a devoted follower of Master Louis Soir's teachings, and for the love I bear him and his, I hearkened not to their words. Let's not talk too much about Sir Redacted. Just for the sake of things. I have Sir Emmerich's assurances that the Temple Knights will henceforth keep a close eye on the Ishgardian crystal trade. Oh, and he extends his deepest apologies for your dinner having been cut short. Courteous fellow, isn't he? You would never guess he was a politician. He sort of became a politician by accident. Oh no, it's these clowns over here. What are you thinking about? Nothing I'm going to read. What about you? You have the same thing to say. That's fair. These three over here. Current worst scions. I think they're like the E team at this point, or the F team. Let's go with F. And not the sort of F that prompts respect, but the sort of F that means failure on test in certain schooling system. Look at them, Sucro, the scions of the Seventh Dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome. All of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what the future holds, only the 12 know. But I know we'll find out together. Remember how the last patch felt like the end of Heavensward? This also feels like an ending? I mean, literally says an ending to mark a new beginning as well. But, you know, so, yeah. More cutscenes are happening.
One world's heroes are another world's villains.
Who the fuck is this speaking?
Loss, another world's gain.
Whomst?
Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life...
Homesteadive. Don't remember this voice at all. What's up?
My friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me. Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoir's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
I think I just got a free company invite. But yeah, I trust Papalymo with Master Louisoir's powerful relic. Sure, why not? Hey, that's the symbol of, I think, Thaliak.
Thank you. I shall guard it well. There is cause to hope.
Boomst. I have enough info to know who the narrator
every
is?
ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Well, I don't, so... That's Papalymo? That doesn't sound anything like Papalymo. Anyway. Well done, brother. You may resume your noble duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. Two griffins? What? True believers are so readily led. I'm here too. It's me, Elibidibus. I don't know why that's so funny to me, the way I said that wrong. I've given them everything they desired, all for which they had prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was it all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a serpent of light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. They're all the third strongest. By the way, did you forget about these? Remember how they were thrown into a chasm? In the same location, both on the same side. The eyes of Nidhogg, many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. Congratulations, you have won the Gross Orbs. That's true. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield those eyes, for weal or for woe. Poof. Here I go. Goodbye. Yeah, a little bit, but also, yeah. Meanwhile, in PvP, I guess. Why are we in Carton now? Oh, is this when we start? Oh, I know what's going to happen here in a second. So it was here all along. Yeah, I know who this fucker is. It's me, motherfucker McGee. I found my way onto the PvP map when no one is here. Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun.
What? What is this?
Well, Barry, that's Nero Tolskeva. That's all I have to say about that, apparently. Ha 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 ha. Okay, that would have been good. I don't think Wesker is one of the Barry Reacts buttons, actually. No retreat, no surrender. I don't think Wesker is one of the options. Because it should be, though, now that you mention it. Moonbrita. Oh, I already have that. In that moment she departed this realm for the first, I heard her speak to me. I know this to be true, just as I know she will one day return to us. In those final moments she was smiling, was she not? She was proud and hopeful in looking to the future. So I will too, Sucro. I will. I told her everything that happened. She needed to know, and I thought it would be best if it came from me. It's strange to think back on the circumstances of our first meeting. We were all so very young, so foolish, so powerless. I don't remember those circumstances. I've been thinking, Sucro, when time allows we should go and pay a visit to Gabu with Alize. Though their time together was short, I know she felt a kinship with the young child. Oh, well, I guess I was just so caught up in thinking about, well, everything that I dozed off for a moment. Everyone has so much to say. My word, Sucro, I must confess to some considerable amazement at the great trials and tribulation you and the others have recently overcame. I must again apologize for our prolonged absence, and for the fact that we have yet to answer your many questions. As for Ida, well, all things in time, I suppose. And there I was worried about how to brief Papalimo on the many momentous events which we've borne witness to in recent memory. Little did I know I need only leave Hori to it. So, Alphino, we all know he's got his mind made up. The Crystal Braves are no more. It's all over. Bam! You haven't got to go home, but you can't stay here. But Riol, he's not having it. Won't even let old Alfie finish. Is everyone just gonna call him Alfie now? Because that's very funny if so. It is not as though I do not enjoy the company of so many motivated youths. However, without Isilduar around, I cannot help but feel somewhat isolated. He got carried away with his training, lest you wonder, and injured his back. Alian has been looking after him ever since. Alright, F-Team, what are you up to? I'm not gonna read this out loud. Okay. It's a bit overwhelming, but quite frankly, having spent so much time on the road, often by myself, that I will try to approach this as a learning experience as I did my travels. Had I not kept an open mind after all, I doubt I would have been able to master the ethereal blade, nor would I have benefited from the rather pointed advice I received. There is no one path, as some are given to say, and there is wisdom in exploring every school of magic, as there is an exploration of all things. Gee, Alize, it sounds like you're hinting to something that wasn't in the game when you first said that. Can I sit in these? Is that legal? Yeah, Sucro, do a sit. Look at sword. Cool sword. Sucro's gonna look at this sword for a little bit. Think about sword. Sword could also be gun. Consider this. There we go. Now I will properly be right back. It's been 5 hours, but we're still continuing. Okay, I haven't properly left yet, but don't worry, Sasuke. There's more eventually. That's all I'll say. Now I will BRB. Okay, hello, I am back. I will say regarding the discussion of the Warriors of Darkness, I remember that when I first played that part of the game, I too thought they sure disappeared pretty quick. I felt like that ending was a little bit abrupt in some ways. Of course, now I realize it's still extremely impactful and emotional, but it does seem kind of sudden. And I will say again, don't worry. That plot thread is not gone forever. Tsukro is still observing the sword. Pretty regular sword, honestly. Well, one of these swords is a little bit weird. What's with this one? Imagine if there were a video game where there was like a weapon rack like this somewhere. It just had like a couple of regular swords and a sword that looks slightly less regular. And then it turns out that the slightly less regular sword is like a legendary weapon. But nobody really realized it. And think about that as a possibility. That would be fun. Tidings from Girabania. Ah, Sucro, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? Oh yeah, I also meant to mention. You might recall, if you've seen a lot of me streaming this game, that the stream which I ended A Realm Reborn in was probably like 8 hours long. What if that just ends up being a tradition of section ending streams where they're just really a lot? I don't know. I don't know how much time this will take, but I'm still going, so hopefully that's fine, is all I can really say. I need you to meet me at the Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. What's the Diamond Forge? Oh. I know what this is, I think. I'm fairly certain I know what's about to happen. Destination. Hey, I think that's the same machinist who we saw earlier, except now there's a hat. Hello, Tataru. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still a few moments. Questioning head tilt. Surprise. It's people. They're also here. Right, everyone, ready to go to work? No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. And then Tataru killed Sucro and the game ended. Sucro is dead. There, all finished. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. Hooray? What? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, Sucro, all in good time. Hee 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 ha ha ha. So Tataru's been making outfits for everyone else, so... Aha! Found you! Alphino wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting. Nod. Yeah. Yeah, Tataru is always faintly menacing. I can't wait to see whatever the hell Tataru's grand endeavor is 5 years from now. Not actually 5 years from now. Probably like 1 year from now, realistically.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
I don't know how long it'll take me to get to there.
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
I wonder if they just slip in the phrase return to the Waking Sands as often as possible, just as a joke.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Oh, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
Alphino over here pulling a Emmerich. I propose we restructure the format of our organization. Okay, you're the leader. What? Hey, hold on.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention.
Such election was not my intention. Okay.
As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Alphino, you're a different person now than you were when that happened.
Should none of our numbers step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede she might struggle to balance her new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
I think you added that last part in there as a small joke, Thancred, but I did firmament quests recently, so that's technically also something I've done, I think. I mostly made plywood. Sucro's like a level 55 carpenter now, 54 maybe? I don't know.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
That's quite a sentence. Quite a set of 3 words.
Oh my goodness! Help! I need some help here!
Oh. That seems bad. Literally everyone runs to help Tataru. Oh.
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Oh. Interesting. I don't know a great deal about carpentry. It just seemed like an appropriate crafting class to pick for Sucro and what I imagine her background to be, which is like growing up on a farm. Like the other option that I could think of that conceivably made sense would be culinarian, which I might level at some point. Of course, eventually I might level all of the crafting. Anyway, we should probably pay attention to the person who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor.
Nago! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her!
Nago?
Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
If you're a healer here, do they yell at you? I know they do that eventually in some cutscenes, where they yell at you if you're a healer. Oh. Well, hey.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all.
Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
I remember Monago being good.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
This is the Monago's power.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance.
That is the first time anyone has said Mikote out loud in dialogue. And it's not emphasized in the way I've been emphasizing it this entire time. Mikote. I always say Mikote. I think, but it's probably fine either way.
I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumor has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belthar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
Also, it's kind of funny how everyone just happened to be here when this message was delivered. Good timing,
His plan
everyone.
is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I should depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours.
Nod.
Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emmerich and encourage him to send an envoy.
Gee, Y'shtola, seems like you're trying your hand at this administration business that we were just discussing.
Tataru, Kryl, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point.
Okay, now it's more obvious that it's
the beginning
Papalimo.
To a bloody end.
Given the camera's focus on Papalimo.
The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
Yeah, now the narrator is very obviously Papalimo.
And so, I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
And that's not ominous or anything. It seems fine. Now everyone has more things to say, probably. After conferring with Y'shtola, we've decided to focus on our attentions on the East Shroud. Someone needs to keep an eye on the border, not to mention the Sylphs. I hate leaving Nago like this, but I know Kryl and Tataru will take good care of her. Tataru and Kryl took that resistance fighter to more private chambers that she might recuperate in peace. The poor girl was in quite a state, wasn't she? I wonder what Isildur would have to say about our wounded visitor. Me too. I did not remember her appearing here. His own injuries yet keep him abed, but I miss savoring a cup of tea alongside his usual observations. Oh, these people are actually being reasonable right now, I think. Somewhat. Somewhat. miscellaneous scions are talking to each other in different combinations, so now I'm unsure of who's the F team anymore. Anyway, time to go inform Emmerich that shit is going to hit the wall. Not the fan, the wall. A specific wall, in fact, and it might be bad. We are definitely in patch 3.5 by this point, I'm pretty sure. So there has been at least why am I going here? There's been at least a little bit of time since the last time something terrible happened and I had to go tell Emmerich about it. Yep, that is true. Okay, that's kind of funny. Oh, I talked to Lucia. Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? Bad shit is about to go down. I see. Wait here, I will summon Sir Emmerich. It is good to see you, my friend. It is but a pity it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suit, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Nod. I thank you. Our representative, whomever we select, will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handaloo that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Sucro, pray accompany Lucia to the Gates of Judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have our envoy join you as soon as I can. Fury speed you on your way. The camera will now pan to the right, very slowly. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the Gates of Judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be someone who sucks or someone who's cool? Those are the two options. I guess this is closer. Or someone we've never seen before. I don't remember this at all. Could just be Emmerich, that'd be kind of funny. Sucro drive a motorcycle. Over here. Yeah, there was a person riding a behemoth, I think. You can do that. I see almost nobody who uses this mount, and I don't think anyone really... I don't like this mount. I have it for some reason. It's a bit ridiculously large as far as mounts go. So I'm not sure why you would use that on purpose. However, you could also use a crab. Greetings, I am here to escort. I use the motorcycle because I always vaguely thought about purchasing the motorcycle, and then I learned that it actually has a faster ground speed in places, so like it's in some ways actually the best mount. And I was like, okay, fine, I'll buy the motorcycle. It seems like it'll be useful when I don't have flight unlocked yet in places. Also, it's just a cool motorcycle. Wait, this is gonna be like a mana lane or something for some reason, isn't it? We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Oh, never mind. Not, I concede, that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it's my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry in the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Last, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Nod. Nod. I don't know, that makes sense. Makes sense to me, Sir Emmerich. But yeah, the motorcycle's increased ground speed is probably going to be useful. I assume that the moment you have flight unlocked everywhere, the motorcycle ceases to be the best mount by default in terms of speed, but I think it's still good. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, Sucro? You may see a familiar face. Will I? Will I just forget who this is? Oh, no, this is a Madeline. Sucro, old girl, how wonderful to see you. And Sir Emmerich, too. To what do I owe these unexpected pleasures? I will have some old wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you'll excuse... Nay, do not trouble yourself, Anawa. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. A brief summary. There is another motorcycle that you unlock in some other way, I think. Huh, those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally as breathing to to an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel in the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Surprising development. Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? Yes. Questioning head tilt. You and me both, old girl. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Ugh. Archivant. Emmerich is a good guy. Yet we can but play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Anawa's ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old girl. Off to Gridania with you. Madeleine is steadily becoming more competent over time. To Gridania, then. Here I go. I should check my wacky retainers and see what wacky shenanigans they've done recently while I'm over here-ish. Someone had Matoya's hat. I'll just use the inn room for that. Retainer check. Go. Do what like an hour ago? No? Okay. I checked my retainers at the start of the stream 5.5 hours ago. If that's what you mean. We were in Gridania, like at the start of the stream. Huh. Actually, no, at the start of the stream we were in Ishgard, and I said it's time to check the retainers there. So... I don't think have I been in Gridania this whole time? I'm unsure. Unsure. Uncertain. Before I talk to Emmerich, I would also clean my inventory. They put me in the city where I have my grand company, so I have to do all of my chores. Alright, who's ready to hear this sound a million times? Oh, you haven't seen my retainers in action, huh? They bring me stuff from, like, Endgame Endwalker. They bring me all sorts of wacky stuff. It's really funny. They also like robbing people's houses, deconstructing them, giving me walls and ceilings and chandeliers. Yes, I've gotten multiple Troyan items. Manalis, I don't think so. But yeah, they've given me multiple items from Troya. Oh, I actually looked up on the market board at the start of the stream. There's the only Leveilleur estate items that exist are the flooring, the walls, and the chandelier. So, the only one they haven't stolen from those is the wall. I'm going to buy one of each loot box, please. Yeah, I don't think they've given me any 6.3 dungeon items. They've definitely given me Troya. They've definitely given me Darber items, which I think was like 6.1 dungeon. Maybe? Something like that. Yeah. Oh, Wind Up Chloe. I already had that. Oh, Demon Brick. I already had that. Alright, fine. I can sell those for a pittance later, maybe. Every time I open those loot boxes, I think about the very small chance I have of pulling a Night Pegasus whistle from them, and I think about how funny it would be if that worked. It seems so peaceful. One would scarce believe that Baelsar's Wall and wretched Alamigo lie only a few short malms away. I assume you mean wretched as in like suffering under the Garlean Empire rule, rather than like, gee Alamigo, that place sucks, am I right, lol? Because that would be bad of you to say. I bid welcome to our fair visitors from Ishgard. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am as enraptured by the Black Shroud's beauty now as I was when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. It seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand. A pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, I guess. Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we're the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? Oh, well, I'm glad that you're enjoying the stream. I hope your connection improves. Well, I'm sure I will have to do the 6.1 dungeon eventually, recommended or not, because it's probably mandatory. But I will get there. I wonder, at the pace of twice a week, a random amount of hours, I wonder how quickly I will get to Endwalker. It'll probably take a while. Monday, if you're not aware of the stream schedule, which now exists because I've been streaming consistently for long enough that I made one, Monday is not Final Fantasy XIV Day, and Wednesday and Friday are Final Fantasy XIV Day. Or I guess Saturday now, because time passes. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way if you... Ah, and the Lamentin party as well. Oh hey, it's Yugiri! I'd hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Emmerich. Admiral, always a pleasure. Nod. And Sucro, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Lady Sucro, I was glad to hear from Real that the missing scions have now been found. Nod, smiling. There is much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we? Group nod. When are they gonna add the slash, group nod emote? To make everyone around you nod in unison? Probably not, ever. Anyway, what's up, everybody?
I bid you welcome, my friends. As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
Seems like that's actually the goal of the Griffin. So,
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies labored to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion.
Presently, as far as duty support and stuff goes, I do not have any... there are people who are willing to jump in and help me out when they feel up to it, when they're playing the game. But I don't have like a dedicated squad, and I'm willing to do duty finder if necessary. As tank even, I think. But I suppose we'll see. If that ever goes catastrophically terribly, I might lose my will to tank quickly, but it should probably go fine. But yeah, there's a few people who are willing to help. Duty finder is probably fine though, yeah. If necessary. Yeah. I won't have a full party of like 3 existing people.
Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
It took me so long to like get anywhere for the longest amount of time that I thought by the time I got to Stormblood there would be duty support there. But it turns out that I've suddenly developed a habit of streaming constantly, so we're almost at Stormblood. Weird. Anyway, we should probably do something about this situation. It's ongoing.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people, too, would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
Oh, that's Yugiri Voice 3? I forgot. I thought she sounded different. A little bit.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed?
Group nod.
Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
Nod. I sort of like watching everyone have to leave the area in a very
The Council
specific
knows
way.
that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
Just like watching everyone have to follow the path of like tree stumps to exit that area in the winding way is kind of funny. That's all. Just thinking.
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one.
However, everything is going to be bad anyway. Probably.
Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That's true, yeah. I was trying Warrior partly for that reason. But I've decided that I think Gunbreaker is the tank that is most fun for me right now. And also sort of fits in with Sucro as a character to my brain. I was trying Paladin for a while. But I sort of like feel less interested in Paladin now, and I'm not sure why. I didn't ever get to the part of Paladin that they just recently changed a lot. Except for Goring Blade. Warrior doesn't really click with me as much, even though it's like allegedly very simple. I don't know, something about it I'm not so sure about. Gunbreaker will probably be what I stick with for now. Gunbreaker has some good survivability as well, I think. The only thing I don't know what to do about with Gunbreaker is cartridge spending in AoE situations because I don't have Fated Circle yet. But other than that, Gunbreaker seems plenty good at surviving. Oh yeah, I had a little anecdote, not to delay Alphino's thinking for too much. The other day I was like, okay, I will defeat tank anxiety, I will do duty roulette again as tank. Naturally, I pulled Arum Vale, which is like one of the dungeons that I was like, I hope I don't get this one. But I got Arum Vale. The healer in the party immediately said no, and then I said, unfortunately, yes. And then I proceeded to like flawlessly wall-to-wall tank the entire dungeon without anybody ever dying. And at the end, bowed and said thanks to everyone in the party, and the healer said, "You're a psycho, I love you," and bowed back, and I got 2 commendations. It was pretty funny. It was a funny experience. But apparently, Arum Vale is fine as Gunbreaker for me. The reason that Warrior feels off to me, by the way, or at least one of the reasons, is that I think the use of the Berserk mechanic that makes your next 3 weapon skills stronger, or critical direct hits or whatever, feels really weird until a point that I'm not at where that also gives you 3 uses of a specific ability. It just feels really weird to like throw that in randomly wherever. Because otherwise your only option is to wait until everything lines up, which feels bad. That's my critique of lower level Warrior and why I think it seems a bit odd. Gunbreaker feels fairly consistent through a lot of the levels, I think, despite the AoE cartridge spending problem I mentioned. That's my only complaint with Gunbreaker right now, is the AoE cartridge situation before Fated Circle. I'm guessing that the way you deal with that is like in a situation of like 3+ enemies, you do spend your cartridges on the Gnashing Fang combo or Burst Strike when possible. But in like with like 3 or 4 enemies maybe, with like a huge amount of enemies, you probably just keep pressing the AoE buttons and ignore your cartridges. That's my guess, anyway. Alphino had to think about that for a lot of time. Yeah. Like, doing 3 Fell Cleaves under Berserk without that just giving you 3 stacks of Fell Cleaver use or whatever feels not good to me, because I always mess it up. Somehow, despite Warrior being described as one of the easier jobs to play, its resource management before it gets that particular upgrade just doesn't work with my brain. I don't know why. And yet somehow Gunbreaker, which people I think describe as one of the more difficult tanks, seems to work pretty well with my brain. I don't know. I guess you could think of it as slow and strategic, yeah. That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development in itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Nod. Ah, good. You have yet to depart. I feared I'd missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alphino, a pleasure as always. And Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I'd hoped to thank Sucro for serving as our escort before other duties called her away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Ah, Yugiri was here this whole time. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation, and force of habit made me keep to the shadows. That makes sense too. Something about... I often am wary about too many buttons, and a lot of the DPS classes don't work with me very well. But I think Gunbreaker just like hits the absolute limit of, or like sweet spot or something of the number of buttons and mechanics I'm willing to pay attention to, or something like that. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but like they don't have to worry about positionals, so that makes the buttons a little easier to manage, and it sort of feels pretty good to juggle all of them. But there's not like as many as a more complicated melee DPS has, for example. In a way, if I'm remembering correctly, I would say that maybe the Gunbreaker rotation in terms of like button pushing feels a little bit like a slightly less buttons version of Machinist, which seems appropriate. It's been a while since I played Machinist at a significantly high level, but Machinist has a lot of the similar weaving situation from what I recall, and a different sort of resource management and stuff. But like Machinist feels like the next level up from Gunbreaker in terms of like button pushing complexity that I am willing to do, and then like anything past Machinist is just like not great for me. But then again, I've heard I think I've heard that Machinist is considered one of the more complicated classes. So I think really the lesson that we can learn from this entire discussion is simply that what works for one person will not work for another person as well. And that what seems easy to one person or difficult to one person will be different from person to person also. Even if more people generally seem to agree sometimes that something is easier. Incidentally, I do plan to try and get one of each role to 90 so that I can do the role quests, because I never did more than like one branch of those before. And by coincidence, the jobs per role that I've ended up with, at least for now, are collectively the ones that require the least amount of time and levels to get them all to 90. Just by coincidence, like I have Summoner and Scholar at 90, and those level at the same time, so that's like 90 less levels that you need effectively. Then I have Reaper at 90, which is the melee DPS job that starts at the highest level. And I'm going to have Dancer at 90 eventually, which is the range DPS job, physical DPS job, that starts at the highest level. And then if I continue with tanking as I am, Gunbreaker is the tank that starts at the highest level. So somehow I've managed to like arrange for myself the least amount of effort needed possible to get one job of every role, technically, just by leveling up the jobs that it turns out that I think I like from each one. And I think that's kind of funny. I keep interrupting the cutscenes with lengthy, like, discussions about my thoughts on mechanics and gameplay, but I mean, I think that's interesting also, to be fair. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Sugiri. I was most grateful for your interjections when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Yeah. That's true too. I think I'm probably good enough at all of those jobs. I might eventually end up with like Sage also at 90, so I might have more than one healer to choose from. Probably not, actually. I feel like I'm gonna stick to Gunbreaker, or try to, because I do have to get a tank at 90, eventually. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you? Must these politicians always make a speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Huh, mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Nod. Actually, I think I shall first pay a brief visit to the East Shroud. I'm curious to know how Papalima and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs, not to mention what's been going on at Baelsar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. I feel like Dark Knight might be the most difficult tank for me, maybe? I did try Dark Knight a little bit. What level am I at? 58. I did the Dark Knight quests up to 58 on stream because I hadn't seen the Dark Knight quests before. I might eventually go back and do the other ones because I think they continue being interesting. How long do I think I'm gonna be streaming? That's a good question. I did sort of say maybe I should try to actually get through 3.5. I don't know how much longer that is. But yeah. Even now, I'm astonished by how closely Mistress Alize resembles Master Alphino. Their very mannerisms are alike. Not really. From a distance, I should be hard-pressed to tell one from the other until they open their mouths, of course. I mean, I said I would do both of them. And I feel like I could keep going. Why, is it bad? Should I stop? I don't know. Welcome back, Sucro. I don't know about you, but I'm heartily glad that all the talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. Sucro shrug. Ah, interesting. Good idea to stop after the dungeon? Okay, that seems fair. My last stream was like 6.5 hours. The thing is just that I don't stream again until Wednesday. Or at least I don't stream this game again until Wednesday. That's all. Because Monday is Chicory, part 4, I think. When my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. People have been known to change. Also, I think I skipped that line by accident. I don't know. How is everyone watching feeling? Are you all tired? Because I don't want to... Griffin on the wall. I'll at least do the dungeon. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. Oh no, I'm sorry. My brother and the others will not be long. Didn't mean to keep you awake or anything. I was excited to get to Stormblood, I think. But I'll do the dungeon and then maybe stop for now. That seems reasonable. Ah, you are returned from the council, but what of Alphino? Did some other matter require his attention? There's always an opportunity for a bonus stream. If I'm feeling well on, like, I don't know, one of the days of the weekend, I could complete the rest of this, maybe? Don't take that as a guarantee. Alphino is probably right there. Yep. Mine apologies, friends. I trust we've not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Kryl, how's Nago doing? She will be all right, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Chitaru's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she'll make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Nod. Now, mayhap you would share with us the Council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a significant force in the Black Shroud, ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the Council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be the Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously— one does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire! Smash cut to, like, white text on black screen with the Always Sunny in Philadelphia music. The Scions go to war with the Garlean Empire. It's basically about to happen, probably. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there were some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. Thinking. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There's a network of tunnels beneath Baelsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide the way out of Alamigo. I mean, yeah, that's also true. Which may equally serve as a way in? Nod. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I'm familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean? Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It's been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for an infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Kryl and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you Leveilleurs? I will return to the East Shroud and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, 'twould seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Sucro? Gridania will be safer for your presence. And while it might not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, might I ask that you remain at the Rising Stones to pass on messages and so on? Nod. Shake head. To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. Tasks have been delegated. Time to talk to everyone again. I may perhaps have exaggerated my standing with the Resistance a little, but I'm confident that I have a reasonable chance of putting a stop to this madness before events spiral out of control. Yes, fair to middling at the very least. All I'm saying is that it wouldn't be the worst thing if we ended up joining the Griffin's fight against the Empire. I mean, it's going to happen sooner or later, isn't it? I am no ninja, but I did spend some few moons in the Sharlayan homeland learning how to move unseen. Between Yugiri and my humble self, Ida and Papalimo will be well protected. My fellow shinobi required little encouragement to take their place amongst the Alliance forces massing in Gridania. They are most eager to cross blades with the armies of Garlemald once more. I suspect Tataru would have little trouble facilitating communications between our forces under normal circumstances, but I concede she has her hands full when nursing that resistance fighter back to health. No matter, my turn in the field will come. You know what? I think everyone over there is doing the same things, so we don't need to talk to them. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pray attend to it now. I would depart for the Hawthorn Hut without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Baelsar's wall, and I should be interested to speak to the Alliance commanders who've installed themselves at its top. Very well. It would seem we are approaching dungeon. Hello, Alphino. Again. Ah, Sucro, there you are. Come. Amarise's Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments at the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We are about to set forth. Indeed, as I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection even if you are venturing into enemy territory. Don't worry, Alphino. We'll have the Griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago you seemed ready to shake the Griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papalymo, I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part I leave to you. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be at our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the Spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Nod. To the Spire, which is over here. Yay. Ooh. There's a fate happening as well. Welcome, Warrior of Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You will find them on the observation platform. Pray proceed. Nod. And so they did. What is up, commanding officers? Greetings, my friends. 'Tis good to see you both well. Oh, hey, Pippin. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here, see, and the sight of you might help remind him why we bothered. If memory serves, I've not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news from the wall? All has been quiet. Well, shit. It is no longer quiet. Report. What? 7 hells. Fighting has broken out on top of the wall. A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers, they're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never the Griffin's target. It was bait. We've been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to this deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Well, even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Sucro, we must make for the wall at once. Nod. What, just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Ah, I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me. We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through this storm. Through the storm. Group nod. So I remember when they hadn't added duty support yet to this dungeon. I had thought that there would be certain characters that would definitely be in the duty support, but now I see that they're doing something else. So I guess that's explained, at least. Hello, Griffin. Or are you the fake Griffin? Forward, comrades! The time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who've turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Hey, we sure are saying, like, no matter the cost again. This keeps happening, right? I think there's a thematic motif in this part of the game, a little bit. Fake Griffin like fake Kraid. That makes me want the Griffin to have like a little wind-up Griffin minion next to him. Milady, as per Marshal Tarapin's orders, we will provide a feint to cover your advance. Is that feint, or is it just feint? May the crystal light your way forward. That would be very funny. From what Papalimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us into the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall make straightaways for the tunnels and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I had not proposed such a course if there were any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through to the Griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. We keep saying by any means necessary, or variants of it, or no matter the cost, or... Once we're free of the tunnels, we'll make for your position with all due haste. And if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us all away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. That is what whales do, yes. That's true. Baelsar's Wall, now accessible. Sucro, take your most trusted companions, such as 3 generic NPCs. Okay, to be fair, they are the generic NPCs that have been helping for a while. So, you know, that's fine. Who's ready for Baelsar's Wall? I think Scion Lancer's hair was always green. I kind of wish these 3 had names. They feel like they have a character arc, almost. Dog. All right. Oh no, my portrait broke. What happened? Why did it do that? I'm wearing the same things. It was fine. I think it just randomly broke for no reason. Ah, whatever. Not foes to be trifled with, Garleans, says Scion Conjurer. Ah, Magitech Sky Armor is here. What's weird? Oh. Huh. Maybe it just tethers to the player. Maybe that's something they changed in the redoing of this dungeon. Or that. Which I guess was the first thing I said, maybe, I think. Yeah, I'm imagining that like the layout of the dungeon and most of the mechanics are the same, but they may have tweaked some of it a little bit. Interesting. Well, we'll have to find out. Oh, I just dropped my own combo for the sake of making the dog mad. I'm sure that means something in Latin, but I can't remember. Actually, I think pugnat in Latin is just fight. So I think this is like dog fighter, basically. Yeah. Wow, I just remembered a Latin word that I knew from Latin class in ancient times. It's just dog fighter. They should be flying a plane. They should put the dog in a plane. Well, right, I mean, I think the Latin root word pugnat is the verb for fight, I think, if I'm remembering correctly. I barely remember any of Latin to begin. I wouldn't be surprised if the pug pun was like a... I think they're more like bulldogs, though, actually. Aren't they? It could be a stealth pun. Yeah, it seems that way. Sky Armor's only target player. Granted, it's been a very long time since I did this dungeon, but I don't really remember it at all, is what I'm finding. Like, none of this is particularly familiar to me. That's no armor I've seen before, says Scion Lancer. Take care around it, says Scion Thunderfish. I should have used Nebula, but I guess that'll work. Camouflage is probably not a good anti-tank buster solution. This enemy design is from Final Fantasy VI, by the way. As is the Sky Armor. That's literally a Final Fantasy VI Magitech theme as well. This time I'll use Nebula. Aha. Like, I think this is effectively the in-game model version of the Final Fantasy VI Magitech armor, whereas the other Magitech armor looks like the concept art for it. In a way, maybe. No, actually, no, that's not true. This is a separate enemy in Final Fantasy VI. Never mind what I was saying. There is an enemy that looks like this. I don't remember exactly what it's called. I don't know what this means. It means missile. Kinda, yeah. I personally like this design more than the other Magitech armor one. Because I think the Amano artwork based design is a little bit too elaborate, I think. Also, I'm pretty sure duty support and trust NPCs just don't do AoEs. Oh, that guy called it the latest design? Oh. Interesting. I think I vaguely remember this part. I feel like these are maybe also an enemy from 6? Maybe. I take large pulls, but not with NPCs. Because NPCs can't do AoE stuff, I think. It's just the reality of it. And also, they're probably not as good at healing as players are. And also, I just like to take the dungeon, like, at a relaxed pace when I'm experiencing it in story context, I guess. Now, this is an occasion where I think it's direct to ignore the cartridges because there's too many enemies and I don't have Fated Circle. Okay, now there's only 3 enemies. So. Now it's fine. Oh, there's a treasure. Oh. Yeah, this room is neat, for sure. Oh. I did not consider that, ever. Ah, I see. I'll keep that in mind for when I get there. I'll probably forget it by the time I get there, but someone will remind me, I'm sure. Jeez. Alright, alright. You've made your point. You have a lot of robots. I understand. This would probably be a decent opportunity to use Super Bolide, but I don't trust the NPCs to deal with that. Now, if I were a paladin or a warrior, this would be a great opportunity for their invulnerability, and the NPCs would be fine. Yeah, like I said, my approach is like small pulls with the duty support. Pull as much as possible with other players, because I feel like that's what most people probably expect. And also, I do admit there's a feeling of power that comes with pulling the entire dungeon. Okay, that's true. The warrior invulnerability doesn't do anything other than stop you from going under 1 HP. Still though, Paladin though. Oh yeah, I forgot about Living Dead. That would also be dangerous. I wonder if they'll ever change Super Blade. I was doing the dangerous action of browsing Final Fantasy XIV's Reddit the other day. And there was a thread saying, what do you think your job's level 100 ability should be? And one of my favorite responses in that thread was, Hyperbolite. It's the same as Super Bolite, but it reduces your entire party to 1 HP. My other favorite response was, oh, this one's definitely dangerous. Worry not, I'll tend to your wounds. My other favorite response was like, cover 2. I take all of the damage. I take all of the damage for the entire party and die instantly. I have a minion of this. Also. Motion tracking activated. Okay. I see. I didn't see quickly enough. Oh, interesting. Ah, the grid. That's pretty funny. As an alternate move. Motion tracking activated. So I just turn away? Yeah, okay. That sounds like it would be really fun for a boss fight, honestly. Okay, managed. This is the Ozma thing? I thought that was like a dice icon above you. Because this seemed to be like, point one of the shields at the boss. Don't leave yourself open. Filibuster's Hood of Casting. This is an odd item. I remember this. Very strange. Especially with the cat ear pockets. Looks a bit odd. Anyway. Filibuster's coat of fending is good. Yeah, weird wizard pointed gas mask. Whatever that is. That's bright yellow. We've climbed a fair way, says Scion Lancer. There's fighting over on the other side as well, says Scion Conjurer. Hello, gunship. quickly. I'm glad that gunship had a key in its pocket. That's normal. This part of the dungeon is a little bit more familiar. Guess I'm spending my cartridges anyway? I don't know. I'm sure that the internet has a resource to tell me exactly what to do in this situation. I'll have to check. A wall-to-wall pull is funny in Baelsar's wall because the entire dungeon is the wall. Like, not in the same way that a wall-to-wall pull refers to the wall, but correctly, by the way, after Baelsar's wall is sort of a lot happening at once again. So it'll still be a little while until the game can, until the stream can end, I guess. So however, we are somewhere. Also, one of the Scions yelled, "You can't fool us with those uniforms," somewhere in there. Hello. It's Ilberd! Hello, Ilberd. My retainers are completing adventures. The Griffin finally shows his face. I'll give you a glorious end, warrior of light. Come, see what awaits you at the far edge of fate. That's the passion. Lamau.
How'd you like these?
Good. The voice clips are not removed.
Sloppy.
Sloppy! There it is.
I'll tear you limb from limb.
I have an anecdote for this.
Yeah.
I played this dungeon on the day it released. Sloppy! As soon as Ilberd said sloppy!
For Alamigo!
And to a lesser extent, for Alamigo. I knew immediately the first time he said sloppy, first of all, I cracked up. Secondly, I was like, that's gonna be a meme. And lo and behold, 'twas.
Yeah.
I guess we beat up the one.
How'd you like these?
I love calling a meme instantly when it happens.
Yeah!
Yeah, I think this fight is pretty much the same, right?
Sloppy.
Watch him chaining down the healer.
Yeah.
See you squirm out of this. There it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Sloppy.
Sloppy. This fight is very cool.
Yeah.
I didn't realize the platform like stayed.
I'll tear you limb from limb. Yeah. Sloppy.
Fumbled my buttons a little bit there, so I guess that was sloppy.
I have you now. Yeah. How'd you like these?
I'm not even looking at you.
Yeah!
Gotcha. I guess that was pretty quick. I am a little bit over leveled. Do you ever get access to that sword as a paladin? Probably not, right? What do you all have to say? Not a lot. So, Ilberd, how are you feeling? Would you say that your performance was a little bit
sloppy? Sloppy.
That's right, this is on the soundboard. I think it was a bit quiet actually, but that's fine. Maybe I should just have a button to make that happen anytime I want.
Sloppy.
That's pretty much the same volume as me, I think, actually. I have various other relevant sounds, but that's the only Ilberd that I have.
Sickness must be purged. You disgust me.
I have those. Actually, you know what? Let me see. Emotes. Special. First of all, I could do this. Wrong direction. But more importantly, no, it's not that one. I think it's this one. Yeah. How about this direction? Yeah, I had to move the camera down here, face the camera. Perfect. That's the secret to how to dab in this game. Actually, I can make it a little bit better. Shut eyes. This could be the thumbnail. I had to do it again. Anyway. Time for Ilberd to surrender peacefully. Yeah? Probably not.
You've beaten me, aye. But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold! A glimpse of things to come!
I think when I originally played this, by the way, I did not call the Griffin being Ilberd. I didn't predict that. I did predict that Sloppy would immediately become a meme. And it did, and I was very happy about that. Anyway,
We did it! We showed the bastards!
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Hmm?
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
I forgot about Laurentius already.
They die that others may live.
That... Hmm. Oh, you're Yu Yu Hase. I remember you at least. I remember your name at least.
Vanguards! Attack!
Seven hells! Do you hear that?
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Everything was like a
Stand your
multiple
ground.
layer ruse.
For the resistance!
I guess, yeah. Oh, jeez.
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
Ugh. You know, maybe this is a good time for this happening again.
Gods help us! What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful.
I really don't remember how there's another...
Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
I really don't remember how there's an entire second half of the patch after this, because this is pretty a lot.
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What
Eventually.
do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Illbird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand, you truly are a sheltered child, Leveilleur.
God.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
Damn, this is a hell of a villain speech.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal! You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power!
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
An ending! To mark a new beginning!
Hey, that's also a quest thing that happened.
My longing! You shall have it all!
Wow, okay. Forgot exactly how that scene went. Jesus. There's Dragon Song, echoing extremely ominously. or not Dragon Song, Answers, actually. And that's the first time you see Ida's eyes, I think, because she's just looking so far up.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
Oh, it's like an echo of Answers because this is like evil Phoenix, I guess. That's why Answers is happening here. Yeah.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
I don't think I caught that at all the first time.
Briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same.
But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days.
Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil.
Timtamati, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Understatement of the century.
Right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No, if you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
Oh. What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
You have options here. Stay at Papalimo's side!
Hilda! I think he means now!
I chose that because I knew that's what happened if you chose that, and I wanted to see that happen.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see how good a student I truly was.
Hey, that looks familiar. You can't just have him that happen in exactly the same way it did with Louis Soir. I forgot they did that. God. A lot's happening today. They can and they did. That's correct. Well, I think I remember you saying that Papalimo and Ida were your favorites, and I just like posted a smiley face at you probably. How many more must we lose? Papalymo knew what he was doing. I could not refuse him. Every Ishgardian gets taught that the Sea of Clouds churns in the grip of the warring elements of water and wind. Enough to tear you apart, they say. No one's ever gone to the bottom of the abyss and lived to tell the tale. So how did that bastard manage to get his hands on Nidhogg's eyes? The tiny Tatsunoko you put up for sale in the Limsa Lumensa markets is sold for 903 gil. Ooh. I understand only too well the desire to reclaim one's homeland, but I cannot condone such slaughter. It has been explained to me what that light represents, but I've ordered our forces to stand ready. It seems we can do little else but wait. Story of how you experienced it? Why? Oh, right. Why didn't they let me stay? Papalymo is my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louis Sois wore that same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, all right, I know. There's nothing more that you could have done. Ilbert caught us all off guard. Even Sucro was powerless to stop him. I did my best. But, yeah. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you'll never forget what Papalymo strove to protect or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on. Go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here. Nod. Okay, we've done the dungeon, but I feel like I can't just stop after that, right? I mean, I can't just like, okay, we're done, bye. No. How could I do that right now? That's absurd. There's probably a decent stopping point soon enough, I guess. It's over, Papalymo. It's all over. Leave her be. Nothing you can say will console her now. It's the same one. Forever Lost Orchestrion roll. Great. Good. Great name for a song to get right after that happened, I guess. Once again, I find myself at a loss for words. Thancred is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and apprise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Not you. This way. So, everyone, how do you like learning about more terrible things happening? Why does everyone look so grim? Has something happened? Say something for heaven's sake. Well, yes. So, okay, stuff is bad. Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye, behind the griffin's mask we found the grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. Further explanation. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such a magic requires every ounce of one's ether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it and hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I'm certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of the master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilbert came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the sea of clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind-aspected ether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it, then. What, without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment lest her grief deprive her of the will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in mine own way. By thy leave, Lady Alisaie, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exist writings which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Bow. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Nod. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilbert's accursed creation without delay. What time we have was purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. School's out forever. That is the end of the first patch. The first part of this patch, I mean. Hooray, Forever Lost. That sounds like a great song to listen to. Hooray! That's the Temple Knights logo. Hooray! So, well, it has been 6 hours and 45 minutes, almost. 44 minutes and 30 seconds. So that's probably a good place to stop, although I did want to get to Stormblood. It's unreasonable to keep going, probably. So, thank you all for watching. I hope you enjoyed the stream. It was good to stream it. There was a lot of stuff happening this time. A lot of emotional impact happening this time. It was quite a stream. Monday will be Chicory, Wednesday will be this, Friday will be this. It's possible maybe that I'll find time to do like a bonus stream to do the rest of this patch and actually get to Stormblood. But don't take my word to mean that that will definitely happen. It's only a possibility. You're streaming Sunday? All right. Maybe I will find time to stream tomorrow. Who knows? Bonus stream. So, thank you all for watching. If you would like to support me, there are links shown on the screen, though they are a little bit obscured, and also links below the stream as well. Of course, you don't have to support me in any of these ways. That is just an option. Your viewership is plenty of support already. I, as previously mentioned, stream 3 times a week now, so the schedule is also below the stream. Not that it's a terribly complicated one. And with all that said, well, farewell. Good night. I will see you all in the future.